Hello, everyone, and welcome to another meme of the month. We took off last month, but we are back, and oh boy, we're ready for some chaos tonight. We life has been lifing, and so we got a little bit of a late start, but we're going to jump right on into it. And so we were going to start with just introducing ourselves as humans, and then we'll toss it to Alondra.
Okie dokie. Hello, I am DB, Deebles, whatever, really. Anyway, you can find me all over the internet as Deebles, in various spellings. We can't really go into that. If you add enough E's, you'll find me. Um, Hooray. I don't know. Whoever's next.
Hello, I'm Rebecca, and I have Bum Clancy all over the internet, unless you're on TikTok. And then I decided to take Mimic for Hire because it's silly. Unless you want to see VTube content, then there's Sire for Hire. And that's where I'm at on the social media.
Hi, I'm Tiana Wren. I'm pretty much everywhere as Vanna Loswen, including my Twitch channel. That me.
I am Danny. You can find me all over as Danielle Lenoir, occasionally just Lenoir, but mostly the whole thing.
And I am Alondra, aka Lady Bedivere. You can find me at Lady Bedivere almost anywhere that you might be looking for me, and I pop up on a variety of other people's channels because I just haven't sat my butt down and gotten the tech set up for my own. But that's okay because thankfully we have the wonderful Danny doing all of that for me, so I can write things like this lovely little opener text. The job market these days is rough. And some folks will take whatever they can get to try and pad out their resumes, even if that means answering a mildly sketchy call for volunteers in Texas, of all places. Unfortunately, the last group of volunteers failed to show up at their last check in, and it's a real setback to the project to lose all that research data. Oh, and losing the volunteers wasn't really great either. So, one of the researchers has reached out to your team of unconventional investigators to see if you can help recover all those lost records. I mean, people. Um, we are going to be playing some Monster of the Week. We continue to joke that I keep running this game, even though I don't know how to play it, and I love cryptids. So, surprise! And in order to play some Monster of the Week, we have to start off by introducing our team of curious investigators, and establishing some history between them. I think we're going to go in kind of reverse order of introductions. Have everybody just very briefly introduce who your character is, and then we'll loop around and answer. Yeah, we'll introduce everybody first, and then we'll go back through and do everybody's little strings and questions to establish some bonds. So that's going to start with Danny. I can read.
Okay. Yeah. I am Dahlia Rose and the spooky, and I can do things. I can do a lot of things. My mind, it's a problem.
Good. Ren?
Oh, I'm Abigail McCoy. Haven't decided if I'm doing a voice or not, but I guess this is the closest that we're going, and I'm the expert. At the end of the day, seen a lot, read a lot. You have a question? If I don't know, I know where to go. I know where to go to find it.
Fantastic. Rebecca?
Yeah, I'm playing Wilma, and she's kind of outdoorsy. She does live in a yurt. And she might have lost her sister to a rogue tree once upon a time, so now she's fighting her way with a hatchet or a chainsaw, maybe a grudge, questionable Wi-Fi, and she's really into trees and treating them like they're suspects, but also trusts squirrels more than people. That's Wilma.
Right, and which playbook are you playing?
I am doing the wronged.
The Wronged. Excellent. And last but never least, DB, who will you be playing today?
Uh, I will be playing Lilith Faye. She is a monstrous, though she looks pretty cruel. Uh, She is more fae than monster, really. She has like pink hair and pointed ears and bright blue eyes, and she is just here for a good time.
Maybe not a long one with that personality, but you know, it'll be fun regardless. All right. One of our favorite things about Monster of the Week is, of course, that we always start with going through the fun sets of little history questions on everybody's character sheets, which I can look at an example of to refresh my own brain if I can get to the correct tab. Haha! So on your playbook, under the History tab, you're going to take one of these qualities, statements, questions, whatever, for each of your fellow players. And I think just to make it difficult, we'll go back to the original order. So we're going to go back to DB. I'm just going to constantly cause confusion. So DB, Lilith, what of these qualities and questions and things would you like to assign to each of your friends?
I think for Willem, you saved me from another hunter who was prepared to kill me. What happened?
Yeah, there were moose, angry moose in the Yukon, and it happens. But you lived.
I'm glad for that. Okay. Let's see. Sorry, I should have thought about this a little bit better.
That's part of the joy of Monster of the Week. It's you see who's here and be like, okay, what works?
I think. Danny, say your character's name again.
Dahlia.
Okay. Dahlia, you tried to slay me, but I proved to you that I'm on the good side. What convinced you?
You know, I thought that you were one of the bad ones because of like the hair and stuff. You are like way cheery. It's a lot. But when I tried to do like mind stuff on you, you totally knew what I was doing. And you know, you don't get that kind of power if you can't like use it right. Maybe, I don't know. Whatever, I trust you. Sort of.
Cool. Ren, you're gonna hate me, but
Let's
you're
go.
romantically obsessed with them. Do you know? Do you feel the same way?
What is it with the monstrous being obsessed with the expert? This happened with Silence to Sober as well. You didn't even think about that? That's even better. I think that Abigail is aware of it, and it just shuts it down every opportunity she gets because she cannot be having with this bubblegum fairy.
No. Okay.
Okay.
Wonderful. Okay. I love and hate all of that. So let's move down the row to Rebecca, the wronged.
Okay. Look at taking little notes so that I don't get lost or confused. Okay. So for Lilith, I would say she saw, okay, so they saw you absolutely lose it and go berserk. And so tell them what the situation was and ask how much collateral damage you caused. So I tell
Oh,
you, or you
oh,
tell
you
me. You
do you
tell
want
me,
to?
right?
I think so. So I am a being that would lives off of like pure joy, and like I was in a bad situation where there wasn't any, so I killed a bunch of people. Probably like 5 people. I don't know. It's hard to remember. It was a blackout.
Okay.
And then next for Abigail, I'll go with knowledge. So, uh, where is it? Reading is hard. Okay. You respect their hard-earned knowledge and often come to them for advice.
Mm. Yeah, that tracks.
I know it's not on the page, but what was the most recent thing you asked Abigail for advice on?
Um, Probably um wood density for hatchets.
Solid.
Yeah, I
That's a thing. It is now. I'm not an
it
arborist.
actually I think it kind of is.
Wood density. How dense is the wood? Okay. And then Dahlia for you. Does she fight at all?
Um, I mean, she's gotten into a couple of bar fights.
Okay. We'll say that you stood between me and what I needed to find out. Why?
Oh, because you were gonna get yourself killed if you walked into that room, and
Probably.
you know, as much as I know you wanted that knowledge, really, you needed to be alive. So, I mean, I went and found it out for you later. Kicked
Oh,
some ass along the
thanks.
way.
Oh, you're a swell friend, acquaintance. I think that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. So let's move on to Abigail. Abigail the
Okay.
expert.
Yeah. So for Dahlia, I think I'm going to go with they are your student, apprentice, ward, or child. Which one do you think is most interesting? I'm kind of leaning toward like apprentice or student.
Well,
Oh,
I was leaning towards your bloodkin on my
they know.
list.
Okay, okay.
So, oh god, maybe I'm your kid.
Maybe you. Oh my God, we could have. I love it. Let's fucking
All
go
right.
for it.
Yeah. Okay. We got both of those covered now.
Yup. So yeah, you're my kid. And for Lilith, they once helped you get a singular item that is now part of your haven. So you're of the Fae. So
Yeah.
I'm curious. So I have an armory, a workshop, and a magical laboratory. I think I may have asked you for some kind of like device that goes into the laboratory. Does that sound like something that Lilith would have gotten for me?
For you, anything.
Yeah, yeah. All right there, kid.
I am 300 years old. I am not a kid.
Amazing.
You don't know if
Sweet.
that's true.
I don't know if anything that Lilith says is true, to be perfectly frank. Um, and I think for Wilma, I saved their life in a tight spot. And I think I may have been involved in an incident where you were trying to go after a group of trees, but they were the wrong trees. And those ones would have whomped your butt real good.
Okay. And I think that wraps up Abigail, so that's just going to leave Dahlia.
Great. I'm very good at doing that. What are you, like 16? What's happening here?
How old is Dahlia?
Technically an adult, but not necessarily experienced. Yeah, yeah.
I did not unmute myself. Thank you for that, Joseph. I appreciate it.
Whoops.
So, quick review. Lilith taught me to control my powers, and Abigail's my mom. But I don't have to listen to her except when she's my boss. Because, yeah, 19, totally grown up. Right, Wilma. So, you once saw me use my power for selfish reasons. Who was the victim? And all my powers are mental, things like telepathy and tuning into people's minds.
It was the cheerleading coach.
And what did I do to the cheerleading coach?
Well, you were getting your friend out of practice.
Oh, yeah, totally. She did not need to be there.
It's dumb.
Yeah, totally dumb.
All right. So I think with our team roughly sort of established, we will enter into a fairly low-key day at the office. I don't know if the office... I'm gonna guess, based on this setup, that either the office is like a very small, sort of rented storefront, real cheap, possibly attached to somebody else's existing business venture, or you know, a back room in a friend's mom and pop shop. Or maybe it's literally just the second bedroom at Abigail's house, since Dahlia has insisted that she's gonna go get an apartment with her friends. And so now, all of her past teenage accoutrement that is definitely uncool has been shoved into the closet to make space for a desk and a phone.
It's that one. We all know it's that one.
The daybed is still tucked in the corner. You just throw like an Afghan over it if you have to take a video call, and to hide the incredibly goth, like bats and ghosts printed coverlet that is on there for when Dahlia far too often comes back to sleep at home because she's in a fight with her roommates.
Look, just because they're bitches doesn't mean I have to put up with their shit.
I do not understand why you bother paying rent there. You're only there like 3 days of the month.
Whatever. Do you want me to go?
We also just explained why Dahlia works for her mom.
Your laundry's done, by the way.
Thanks.
But Abigail, you are doing some paperwork. Very general, low-key, just, you know, filing some taxes, something very innocuous and boring. When you see that you have a new email that has popped in from someone named Alice Wilf. Alys. Alice. This name vaguely rings a bell for you. And as you click open the email and you look, you see that they have a university email extension. They've got a .edu. And you kind of cast back into your mind and you remember that you did an interview with this student when she was working on she was working on a degree in like folklore or something, and somehow got your contact through, you know, a friend of a client, etc. Um, who and you did like a brief you know, interview exchange with her to help with her thesis. She had some questions about data and statistics regarding like sightings of supernatural events in certain geographic areas,
Mm.
and you were able to kind of give her some of the data that you have in a very couchedly generic way that didn't get too deep into what you actually do, even though I'm guessing a little bit of Googling would probably quickly get to your very classy uh, Squarespace site that has generic contact information for your main
Yeah.
hustle.
Yeah, I am not as bad as a particular wizard in Chicago who advertises in the yellow pages, but you know, I put myself out there.
Look, everybody can get a cheap Squarespace site thanks to all the sponsorships.
Hashtag not spawned. Hashtag could be spawned.
Yeah. Yeah, hashtag would you like to sponsor? But uh you open up this email and you see it's fairly short, but it does have a bunch of contact information down at the bottom, and it essentially says, you know, hey, Miss McCoy, you may not remember me. We you know, we briefly interviewed. I'm reaching out because I'm working on a major research project as part of my graduate studies, and there's some concerning stuff going on, and I don't think anyone else in the group is really taking it as seriously as they need to. And this doesn't quite feel like the sort of thing that just needs police attention, although I did report it to the police. I feel like we need somebody who's a little better spelled in weird stuff. I don't know if you're available, but I would love to talk to you, or if you're in the area, maybe even see you in person. We're on location in Texas, and I could just really use some advice about this situation. Bunch of different contacts, personal email, edu email, a cell phone number, and does the very millennial like, please feel free to like text or call. If I don't pick up, you can leave a message and I'll get back to you. Got an Instagram and a Blue Sky handle, if that's like just like the full pad of like all the possible contacts.
Okay. So before I get in contact with is she Miss Wolf? Is she Dr. Wolf now?
She would still be Ms. Wolf.
Okay.
Working. You're pretty sure, from what you remember, that she's probably working on her doctorate at this point.
Okay.
That seems to match up timing wise.
Sure. I will, before I get in contact with her, I will make sure I'm gonna go through any recent news coming out of Texas of the spooky variety, see if anything is popping with the usual sources that I get information from about anything unusual in that corner of the states. What state are we in at this point?
That is up to you. What state is your home base?
With this collection of people, it's either somewhere like California or somewhere like Oklahoma. It's either we stand out like a sore thumb or we fit right in.
I mean, we did establish that there's clearly been some experiences in the Yukon, so maybe you guys are somewhere in the PNW.
Sure, let's say Oregon.
Yeah, kind of that midway point.
So yeah, I'll check in to see if there's any weird stuff that is pinging on the weird news networks that I keep in touch with.
How deep are you gonna push on that? Like how far in are you gonna go?
I'm gonna do kind of a cursory look first, so like a cursory like quick look, and then if anything pings my interest, I'll dive deeper before getting in touch.
Okay. on a cursory, like a cursory review, you're not seeing anything that particularly flags.
Okay.
Let me double check. Yeah, you're gonna spend a little bit of time digging a little deeper. Could you go ahead and roll about it for me?
First roll. First roll.
Because I want to see where that's going to take you. And Danny,
Yes.
if you want to, since we are kicking things off, if you would like to roll for your premonition to see
Yes,
what
please.
you're going to bust into the room with.
All right. Okay, that is a 7 for my premonition.
Fabulous. Okay. And
May I also roll for my move, the woman with the plan?
yes, you may.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whenever I tell you to roll, or even if I don't, always feel free to be like, can I use my special thing?
So that is an 8. I can hold 1.
Okay.
What would you like me to roll for? Is this a sharp for investigative mystery?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Because you're digging a little deeper to see if you can figure out what's going on in Texas.
That is 7.
7. Okay. I think what happens is, Abigail, you have the good thought of like, oh, what if I enter in some of my kind of search terms with the name of this university?
Mm.
And see if that gets you a hit. And as you enter, you do get a little ping from a blog on a website for Tracks and Trails Investigations. Tracks and Trails Investigations is a Wix site, not to be confused with Squarespace, slightly different layouts. It is a lot of flashing and a lot of like, you know, like big, bold, eye-catchy little clip art guys. And it seems to be a group that takes amateur investigators out on mystery hikes for spooky supernatural things. They are based in Washington. You can tell instantly just with the vibes of the layouts, it's Bigfoot guys. These are Bigfoot guys.
Okay.
Primarily. And this blog post is the owner of the group, a guy named Chuck Johnson, writing this big blog about how Tracks and Trails is partnering with this university to launch a massive investigation that hasn't been heard before to prove connections between the Bigfoot myths of the Pacific Northwest and the related Sasquatch-like entities that have been reported out of Texas.
I'm sitting there just staring at this and be like, they put money into this shit?
As you are sitting here staring at this, Dahlia, you're at the house. What would you be doing on an evening like this, you know, or late afternoon when your mom is back in the bedroom working?
Yeah, I got that laundry that I gotta do, and I know it's not cool, but I like to match my socks, so it's gonna take a little while.
Cool. You're posted up in the living room, matching socks out of the basket. You've got, you know, TV on in the background for noise, if nothing else. And you get like the sudden flash. This has happened to you before. It's always annoying when it happens, especially when you're in the middle of something. But you kind of recognize what it is. You suddenly get this like flash, this vision of running through the forest. And you can hear other footsteps. You're kind of able to look around. You can see flashes of people running next to you. There's definitely a flash of bright pink that reminds you a lot of Lilith. There's a flash of something else that's maybe a little bit darker and a little flannel that might be your mom. And you're just like, that's kind of the initial, like, you're running and there's definitely something following you. It's a little bit fuzzy. Everything's a little bit like, it feels dark. It feels foggy. It doesn't feel like the Oregon forest. It's the wrong kinds of trees. So you're definitely somewhere else. And that's most of what you get is just this like real quick hit of just like running out of breath. There's further footsteps. You maybe recognize the people around you, but you don't know where you are. And then you sort of snap back into
Oh gosh.
the present.
I need to put away the socks and go back to the office. And I don't even bother knocking on the door. I just walk in. Mom, got another one of those things. Are we going to a forest somewhere?
Seems likely. Seems like we're about to head off to Texas.
Great. Pack some running shoes because apparently we're going to be chased. Oh, and call Lilith. She's there too.
Got it. I suspect I'm going to be calling in the usual, so Lilith and Wilma.
Oh yeah, trees. Wilma's totally going to be there.
Mm-hmm. She's been researching all the best ways to... I think explosives were involved the last time.
Nice.
All right. Guess I better get a hold of this Miss Wolf and get some more information about what she's wanting us to do. And I'll show Dahlia what I dug up after telling her, mind your eyes. This guy is still stuck in the Angel Fire era of websites.
God, this is... Who even designed this? It's like nothing to get a Squarespace. Just shilling for that ad money.
Hell yeah.
You reach out to Alice to see if you can get any further information, and I'm gonna assume that you also send messages out to Lilith and to Wilma with like, "Hey, we've got a job."
Yeah. And I'm of the older generation, so I call everyone. As much as it annoys everyone that I tend to use the phone with.
Cool.
You can't just text like a normal person? Ugh.
Some of us prefer to actually use our voices.
Whatever.
Lilith doesn't answer her phone, but she does just show up at your place.
You leave a voicemail and like 30 minutes later, which is way too soon, you think, maybe, there's a knock on the door.
30, that's late for her.
Honestly.
Okay. Oh, good point. Yeah, no. It's like 15.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you actually knocking this time.
Well, you locked the door.
Because you don't know where I keep the spare key.
You keep a spare key?
In your mind,
Wilma.
you hear Dahlia say, "I'll show you later."
Are you trying to set up Abigail and Lilith?
Keep mom out of my hair.
Agent of Chaos. Wilma, do you answer the phone or do you let it go to voicemail?
Yeah, she would answer. She'd, see what's going on. She hasn't heard much.
Hey, Wilma. Looks like we got us another job that's involving some Squatch, sounds like, off in Texas.
Right now? Is this something that we need to tend to?
Yeah. They're paying pretty good, it sounds like.
Is it going to be in the forest?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm in. I'll bring the chainsaw.
Dahlia says bring your running shoes too. There's she had one of them flashes that she gets, and she says there's going to be some chasing, some running.
I can run with a chainsaw. I'll be fine.
I know you can. I've seen you do it.
Okay. Well, should we gather together?
Yep. Lilith's already here, so
Yeah, Lilith arriving at that moment.
Lilith's already here. Get here when you can.
All right, I'll be over shortly.
All right.
I brought snacks. They are not from the Fey realm, I promise.
I mean, that would just fall into some kind of hospitality rules, right? You know, gifts for the host.
It's true. I usually bring something if I break into your place. This time I was invited, so here's special cookies from the Walmart.
Ooh, the
Right.
frosted ones. Good call.
Those are like crack. It's true.
You wait for a little while, possibly some of you mix drinks or whatever appropriate accoutrement for the special Walmart cookies. You give it a little bit of time to let Wilma get over to the office, and also to see if you get a response from Alice. When you do, it actually comes pretty quickly. Like I think by the time Wilma gets to your place, you have gotten. Do you just reply to the email, or do you text?
No,
Call, etc.?
I think I called, and when she did the millennial thing and didn't pick up, I left a message.
Great. That is exactly what would happen. Um,
That's what I do when I don't recognize a phone number.
yeah. So at that point, I think we're gonna say that Wilma shows up, and about 2 minutes later, you get a call back.
All right, I will answer it and say, McCoy here.
Uh, Thank you so much for responding. I'm really sorry to bother you. This feels more and more stupid the more I try to explain it to people, but I remembered some of the stuff that we talked about when I interviewed you, and it seemed like this might be in your wheelhouse. So
I mean, to be perfectly honest, any of this sort of thing sounds stupid to people who aren't in the know. I'm going to put you on speaker. My team's here, so say hi to everyone.
oh, I didn't
Hi.
realize you had a full team. Hi. Hi everybody.
Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Hello, voice in a tiny box. How are you?
Okay. I'm doing okay. Um so here's the deal. My advisor, Professor Coxton, got a massive research grant to do some studies of possible unidentified creatures in Texas based on uh, folklore reports and classic sightings of unidentified creatures. And we're trying to look into sort of like the ethnography and history of the area and see if it ties into folkloric traditions or local legends, or maybe Texas is a big place. It's not quite as densely unexplored as the Amazonian rainforest, but there's always a possibility that there's some mutation or evolution that's out in the desert or the forest or something that hasn't actually been specifically identified, right? So
Mm-hmm.
What?
we've been out on this project, and we've got good funding, but we're a pretty small department. So there's me, there's a couple of other graduate students from the folklore departments and archaeology, anthropology, that sort of thing. But we've also been reaching out locally to get volunteers to help us just collect basic data. The stuff you have to go like walk a grid and count the number of, saplings that you see in a certain area, that sort of deal. Like the busy work, so that we can work on plugging it into the other. You see, you hear her kind of trail off a little bit, like she's having that moment of like, how do I even explain what it is that we're doing?
Yeah.
But she kind of picks back up. So anyway, we have a rule that we bring in volunteers for set amounts of time, and they've got a regular schedule to go out, collect the data we've requested, and then they come and do a check-in. It's about once every 3 to 4 days, depending on which area they're in. And the last group that we asked that are supposed to be gridding a section of forest out near some caves that have had reports adjacent to them didn't come to the check-in. And so we reached out because maybe something, something came up, people have emergencies, whatever, but we haven't, no one, it's a group of about 4 or 5, I think. I'm not even sure, which is concerning. Nobody seems to be able to give me a specific answer, and when we everybody who said they tried to reach out to people whose numbers they had and get the contact, they have to fill out a contact sheet and emergency contacts and all of that in case something happens. Nobody responded. We haven't been able to get a hold of them, and it's getting close to what would probably be about the second check-in point, and we haven't heard anything. Nobody's shown up. No messages, no emails. I think we should be reporting them as missing persons at this point. Professor Coxton is a lot more worried about how this is going to skew his research because we're missing two rounds worth of data. I'm a little more concerned about the fact that this group of unrelated people is not responding to messages.
That is quite concerning.
Anyway,
Alright.
I know this isn't really like your job. Missing persons is kind of more a police thing, but I remember that you deal with weird creatures that aren't like normal creatures, and I am not sure if I fully believe that those things are real, but we do study them like they are, with the presumption of there's an explanation for everything, and maybe if you have also experienced investigating things and know what some of those explanations are, that'll help us find them.
Well, won't be the first time I've gone on a squatch hunt. We can certainly go and have a look around, see if we can't find your missing volunteers.
Yeah, I'd super appreciate it. We can I don't know exactly what your rates are, but I can help I can send you some money to help cover transport costs and things like that. I've been sort of trying to keep an eye on the research funds. I don't know that it's germane to what I'm asking you for, but I feel like the funding maybe isn't being used the way the university intended, but I can't quite figure out what that's about either. So I'm a little worried that something hinky is going on, and maybe somebody found out, and maybe this is some sort of like cover up or something. Is that crazy? Do I sound crazy? I feel like I sound crazy.
I mean, when there's money involved, people get real weird. Yeah, Dahlia.
I would like to investigate a mystery while this is going on, because
Sure.
Dahlia has telepathy and can read people's thoughts.
Yeah,
So
okay.
she wants to investigate
do
Alice's
a little-
mind.
A little brain probe?
Yes, please.
Brain shenanigans.
Oh, gosh.
Sure, we love a little brain probe.
3 and 2 is 5. Nope. Nope, that would be a 5, so
Yeah.
You don't have anything to add to that?
I got
No.
no sharp.
Oh.
I'm cool and I'm tough and I'm weird, but I'm not sharp. And I'm gonna switch dice because I don't.
If that isn't just a description.
Yeah, you're like, and I am immediately retiring these dice.
My shotgun dice that I got as part of Inevitable is serving me okay at the moment.
Well, we'll see if they continue to do that when you have to actually whip out the shotgun.
Yeah, we'll see.
Grab my dice.
Sorry, I am flipping through the book because I needed to look up something from the other end of stuff. I had
my
to actually
word, a
look
book.
at it. Yeah, I had to actually look at a keeper rule. Wild.
Ooh.
Not super important, just to like, well, we're rolling the dice. Yeah, what you get is kind of just a lot of like panic static, I would call it. You can't really get anything super clear. Maybe it's the phone connection that's causing the problem. Who
Damn, it's
knows?
so bad over the phone.
But yeah, you get this info from Dahlia, Abigail, or from Alice. Abigail, you can take her off speaker and like exchange some like, money transfer. Here's how to
Right.
get all
Yeah.
that set up.
We can use a hand wavium for those logistics.
Yeah. If there's any other questions that you would want to ask her while you have her on the phone before you get there in person, you can do that now. Otherwise, we will just fast forward to the next day when you're getting off a plane in Texas.
I would ask her. So I did do a little bit of digging before I rang you up, and came across a fellow named Chuck Johnson. Is he connected to this project?
Yep. He's our local guide. You could hear the quotation marks through the phone.
And you don't much care for this guy, do you?
I think he's very interesting. He's definitely approaching things in a less scientifically organized way than I would prefer. And I think some of his methods are a little bit not repeatable experiments in a way that I would find more useful for my personal research, but it's not all about me. So that's maybe okay.
All right.
I've never seen someone use one of those weird, like, ghost boxes to try to hunt for a Sasquatch in the middle of a desert.
Ah, hells. You brought an EMF.
Is that what it is? Maybe it makes it like a noise all the
I'm gonna
time.
have so much fun with him.
And yeah, I don't know. The other day he suggested that we use divining rods to look for footprints, which I guess is an option. It's not a method I've ever heard of in any of the ethnographies that I've done of the local area, and my undergraduate study was in local indigenous and native tribal practices. So I'm not sure what's happening anymore.
I've seen people use pendulums for that sort of thing, but you need a lot more preparation than that sounds like he's got.
Yeah, his assistant's kind of okay. I don't think his assistant really likes him that much either, but, the rest of us just kind of put up with it because the professor seems very focused on whatever this is.
Got it. All right. Thanks for that info. We'll see you tomorrow.
Great! You all... Go ahead.
I wanna spend the rest of the evening after we're done chatting amongst ourselves, working in my laboratory, getting doing research, and then doing any preparation for Squatch with my armory and the laboratory.
Okay.
Lilith is sitting on a filing cabinet watching. Cross-legged.
Yeah. Dahlia's totally just eavesdropping on everyone's thoughts.
Abigail's are extremely boring. It's mostly just like her brain in this sort of thing is like a filing cabinet where she's flicking through different memories and pulling out the things that she needs to remember for this. I suspect that for Dahlia it might be kind of like a soothing background radiation sound.
I feel like the only thing that is running through Lilith's head, because she knows you can hear her thoughts, is just like memes from the 2000s.
Beautiful.
I was gonna say, listening to Lilith's brain is like turning on Eurovision in the background.
Love it.
Wilma, are you staying and working on things here? Are you going to gear up elsewhere?
I think she just get ready to gear up. She's ready to go. She's got probably a rucksack or a bug out bag at any given time, so
Fair enough.
she's good to go. Just more hands-on than talking, so she'll be ready when it's her turn.
Cool. Yeah. You spend the evening doing research, packing bags, staring longingly at the object of your desire, who is only letting you stay as long as you stay well away on the other side of the room, perched on that filing cabinet. You know, the normal stuff that happens when you guys are getting ready to go out on a job. And we will flash forward to tomorrow late afternoon as you all have gotten off of a plane, hopped in a rental car that was left under your name, and headed to the motel that Alice gave you the name of, that is the like home base. This is one of those. It is not like a fully shitty motel, but it is definitely like one of those ones that was like redone from the 60s, so it's got all the like external facing doors, and it's kind of like, you know, two levels. Top has a balcony, everything faces outward, and it's kind of a little bit in the middle of nowhere. Like it is definitely like the stop point partway through.
Sure.
You know, it's kind of out next to nothing. You passed through like a slightly larger town on the way here. This one, you basically have like the small town where there's like the little general store situation. There's a diner, you know, maybe a couple of other like small shops, and then you can see like further past that there's a certain amount of residential that you get into, you know, but small town vibes. And then like maybe 20 minutes past that is this motel that's kind of in the middle of nowhere. Right, you know.
Oh boy.
So close enough that you can get to, I should say 20 minutes on foot. So like
okay.
5 to 10 minutes by car. The motel's set a little bit aside from everything else, but you can get to like the diner or the Walmart to like pick up supplies, the gas station, etc. But yeah, you get to this motel and you can quickly see that like a couple of the rooms have like, looks like bed sheets or something like pinned up to cover the window, in addition to like the blinds being pulled and things like that. And it stands out to you because most of the other rooms that presumably are occupied seem to have the windows cracked for ventilation, because, you know, you're in Texas, it gets warm there during the day, and you're still in the point when things are warm. You pull up, and Alice would have told you that she is in room 11, which is the first room on the corner by the steps on the second floor. You've got rooms 1 through 10 on the bottom, you've got 11 through 20 across the top.
All right. Well, once we get there, go and knock on the door.
You show up, you knock, the door is open, and you get a young, slightly flustered looking individual, short cropped blonde hair, oversized like t-shirt, baggy, some sort of baggy generic pants, maybe kind of cargo shorty. Really nice, but very dusty, like hiking shoes. And you can kind of see a little bit back into the room. It is a room with like the double beds. One of the beds has been like kind of shoved out of like into the corner to make a little bit more actual like floor space.
Yeah.
Looks like only one person staying in here. And that bed that has been kind of shoved to the corner into like the non-useful position is covered with just piles of like books. There's like a what looks kind of like an archaeologist sort of tool roll situation, and the desk has like a laptop set up with then a second monitor that has been set up and plugged into the laptop. definitely like hardcore like research station vibes
Yeah.
happening in this room. She sort of invites you in. Just, thanks everybody. Welcome to the Last Stop Motel, which I don't think is a great name for a motel, if I'm gonna be perfectly honest. But you know, I guess
little
it came with the
ominous.
building. Yeah. Guess that's what they called it in the like 1950s or something, when this was the last stop where you could get fuel before you headed out across the desert, question mark.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird spot around here. There's desert that way and there's forest that way. There's just sort of a line down the middle that is the highway.
So weird. I don't like
Yeah, I
Texas.
don't like it.
Well, you got a good setup going on in here. What else can you tell us? Got a map for where those caves are, where your folks went missing?
Sure, yeah. She goes over to the bed and pulls like a big, like, blueprint looking thing, unrolls it, and it's one of those like kind of semi-topographical maps that shows all the elevations and things. And you see it's been divided up into these like gridded sections that are all like, you know, letter number coordinates. That is also overlaid with like actual like latitude and longitude coordinates.
Ooh.
Hardcore tracking going on here. And then she grabs like a handful of highlighters out of a big, you know, pouch of like pencils and markers and things, and starts drawing a bunch of, you know, lines and highlighting things, and shows you basically you have this big topographical map that is mostly looking at the forest side of the area around here. It is showing that you've got this kind of forest that begins kind of sparser closer to the road, probably where it was, you know, farmed for lumber at some point in history. It gets denser as it goes in. She indicates this area where there's like some caves. There seems to be some sort of like semi-functional river when you get deeper in. Semi-functional in the sense of like, depending on what the rain levels have been like, it is a mud channel or it is a creek sort of thing, or maybe it's a full river. And you know, kind of points all this out, indicates these areas, and shows like how the gridded sections have been laid out for investigation. She will explain that the research that they are doing is essentially they have collected all of these stories from throughout Texas that all seem like creatures that might or might not be Sasquatch, or a variant on Sasquatch. There is the larger taxonomical Bigfoot, and then there is the smaller subset, which is any monster that leaves large footprints, and then there is a smaller subset known as Sasquatch that is that more specific, like upright, hairy, humanoid, etc. So what they're doing in this area for this research project is that they're going through methodically, using grid search principles, looking for evidence of any of these creatures, because her professor, who is a apparently well-respected doctor of like anthropology and folklore here, has become convinced that all the Texas Big Feet adjacent creatures are the same thing. And what you're getting is that you have such a large area here that as the legend spreads out, everyone puts their own local flavor on it to make it unique to their space. He thinks it's all one thing, or one species of thing. And he has determined that he is going to be the one who finds it. As you do.
As you do.
She will tell you further that she does not know how he managed to secure this research grant. It is pretty hefty for their department, and honestly, she doesn't know how the frick he managed to convince them that this was a worthwhile thing, because she thinks this is kind of insane. As far as like the actual pitch, like she's like, I think we could have just used the same amount of money. Like we could be using this to go speak to elders of indigenous tribes and collect their folklore and preserve that, which would also serve toward like evidence of how these stories maybe permutate. I don't think there's an actual thing. I mean, or if there is, like it's a bear. We all know it's always just a bear. Everything's a bear.
Well, you know how these explorer types get. They got to be the ones who put their name on everything, and
He's already got 3 buildings named after him at the campus, which is also wild. I guess they're not technically named after him, they're named after his dad, who donated a lot of money to the college back in the day, you know, but and by the day, I do want to be clear, I mean like the 1920s.
how old is your professor?
Like 75.
Oof, spry old man to be out here.
Oh yeah, no, he looks like David Attenborough. I'm pretty sure he does that on purpose to give him like gravitas or something. In the course of all of this explainer, she will mark off the grid section that she believes was the section that this particular group of volunteers was designated to go look at. And she will give you a copy of like the blank volunteer form, like the one that they have to like, so you know like what kind of information they have to fill out. And she will give you a copy of the briefing packet on what they're asking the volunteers to do, which looks pretty like, honestly, it looks like they're being asked to walk a grid search. You go, you walk this area up and down, you record any of these specific types of plants, these specific types of like, you know, rocks, you know, these elements, anything that looks out of place, any garbage that has wound up there, like whatever. You're like walking a grid search, making all these notes, taking photos, and then returning that at the end of your time period, which varies depending on which part of the grid you're in, whether it's every 3 days, 4 days, or 5 days. Abigail, this isn't even like a role sort of thing. Abigail, I think you would recognize this. I think Wilma, you would also, you know, from having some experience. You look at this. This doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, what could they possibly, like what data could this possibly be giving you? Especially when you're talking about a bunch of people who work in like anthropology and folklore. This is the like stuff you do either for like scientific geological research, or like if you're actively looking for missing persons.
Right. Like, I think the comment that Abigail says out loud as she's looking over all of it is, well, at least everyone's getting their steps in, but that's... This is a bit weird for going digging for this kind of thing.
I agree.
Can I try investigating a mystery, reading her mind now that I'm in the room with her?
Sure, go for it, yeah.
Ooh, that is 11.
Hell yeah.
11.
Hell yeah. Is there anything special about the way your telepathy works, or is this just like generally you can poke into her brain and see what she's thinking?
I can read people's minds without, so I can investigate mystery without having to talk. I can also manipulate someone without speaking.
Fun. Well, assuming that you're not doing any manipulation to start with, you're just starting with basic reading.
Just looking.
The things that you would get as she's kind of explaining all this stuff to everybody else, I think the things that you primarily pick up on from her are that when she kind of is talking about the setup with the volunteers, you kind of get this like spin in her mind where she's as she's like pulling the paperwork and stuff, where you hear something in her head about like, oh fuck, I should have asked Jenny where we put their filled out files. I hope she still has them somewhere. As she's marking off the grids and things too, you also get something about someone named Horatio having the like better data logs of like what we actually found, which is still nothing. Like you're like, yeah, Horatio's got all the lists of everything. I guess I could tell them to go talk to him. I don't know what they're going to find out unless they're just really interested in leaves.
Gotcha. Okay.
that's like the big ones that kind of stand out to you. There's like then some general, a lot of what she's thinking about is preempting what she is trying to explain to you guys, and then occasionally she also interrupts herself with her shopping list. She needs toothpaste and could use some clean socks.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to talk inside Abigail's mind.
Okay.
Hey, there's some dude named Horatio who's got like more detailed stuff. But apparently it's just all leaves. But just, putting it out there. Oh,
I think
and,
Abigail doesn't even twitch at this point. She's so used to this mode of communication.
and like some Jenny might have the filled out forms, which would probably be more helpful than these blank ones.
Okay. You get kind of got like the mental flash of the thumbs up, not even like a verbal response. So you said that these volunteers had to fill out these forms. Do you happen to have copies of what they filled out for the people who are missing?
Somebody's supposed to. That's not my focus for this investigation, so you're gonna want to go down to room 14 and see if you could talk to Jenny. She's another grad student. She and I are both in our second year on our PhD track. And on the other side of her in 15, if she doesn't have them, you can see if Horatio does. He's like Professor Coxton's right-hand man. He's like our oldest grad student in the department. He's this is supposed to be maybe honestly, I'm kind of surprised he came along, because I would have thought he would have preferred to stay and try to actually finish his dissertation for defense next semester. But he seemed really eager to come along. Maybe it's just taking advantage of one more field research trip before he finally defends his thesis. So,
I mean, if you can get someone else to pay for this kind of research trip.
yeah. I mean, I would have rather gone to, like some part of, Mexico that I haven't visited yet, or, maybe tried to use it for something more underfunded than I guess maybe there isn't a huge amount of funding for Bigfoot research. That's not really my area, so what do I know? Here's some I'm not sure who's around, so here, and she grabs a piece of paper, like rips it out of a notebook and writes down a bunch of email addresses for you. So she'll give you, it is the same university email extension that she has, and she will give you email for Horatio Carr and Jenny Petal. She will also give you email, and with a little bit of an eye roll, a pager number for Professor Alphidius Coxton.
Can I run across this Coxton at all? Is that a name that's familiar?
I don't think it's one that you necessarily know off the top of your head, but it's certainly one that you could easily Google.
Yeah.
While all of this is happening in the room, can Lilith be outside, kind of looking around for anything that might be suspicious? Any shady people looking around?
Yeah, sure. You want to give me you'll find some things regardless, but do you want to like roll on anything for me?
I could. I think that would probably either be investigate a mystery, I think.
Yeah. It usually is at this point in the game.
Yeah. It's not read a bad situation unless I find something that's bad.
Yeah.
Investigate a mystery. Okay. What is my sharp? Am I a sharp girl? No.
Only your eyeliner.
That is a 3.
Yike.
You look around, you mostly notice that this place is maybe more of a dump than you actually first thought it was. It looked like they kind of cleaned it up, and now you're looking around, you're like, maybe not so much. You do see a kind of scruffy looking, one of those guys who is like just long, like everything's just long.
Lanky.
He's, yeah, very lanky, kind of gangly even. Scruffy. He's got a trucker hat and the flannel. And some hiking boots and stuff, and he seems to be packing stuff from one of the bottom floor rooms, like out of there. Like he's moving bags and like gear bags and stuff back and forth between one of those rooms and the back of a pickup truck.
Because I have nothing, I'm just gonna go, hello, what are you doing?
He like jolts a little bit, just like startled that anyone's talking, and does the full look around of like, who are you talking to, and realizes he is the only person out here.
Ooh. You strange man in the hat.
Howdy.
Hello.
You, if you're looking for rooms, you're gonna have to go talk to the front desk up there.
No, I'm just wondering what you're doing.
Just restocking the gear, you know, taking out anything that's got batteries that needs to go be charging, and putting in anything that's, fresh for tomorrow. Normally I don't leave gear in the truck overnight, but, there's not really anyone out here, so if I just strap it all down, it seems to be pretty okay. What brings you out here? He, like, is looking around and clearly, like, clocks the one car that is now different from the other cars that are here, which would be your guys' rental.
You know, I'm just here to look at the beautiful scenery.
Okay, there's some nice sunsets some of the days around here. That's about all the scenery you got on this end of things. If you're interested in like, you know, stone systems, and you head about 50 miles back that way, points down the highway, you can pull off, and there's a real beautiful national park adjacent area that's got some like rock formations and some like geyser pool situations, maybe. I don't know. I haven't actually been, but I keep hearing about it.
Oh, that is really cool. What is your name?
Sorry, I'm Alfie. He goes to hold out his hand, looks down at it, does the like quick wipe on the shirt to make it a little less gross, and then holds out his hand.
She will shake his hand.
Yeah.
Alfie, good to know.
Yeah. This whole time, he's definitely got the slight bug eyes of like, why are you talking to me? Are you sure you are talking to me? Kind of like keeps glancing around to see if somebody else is here. Does not seem to be, seems very surprised by the fact that you want to maintain a conversation.
Well, now I have his name. Never give your name to the Fae.
Yeah, no, that's his bad.
Well, it was very nice to meet. Do you need help?
Oh, no, thank you so much. No, I think I'm almost done. I just got 2 more of these big sodium lights I gotta go plug in, so they're charged up for next time they gotta go out at night, which is hopefully not tonight, but I'm still waiting for my boss to call and tell me what the upcoming plans are.
What do you do in the forest at night?
Mostly stare out into the dark, hoping something moves. It's about as interesting as it sounds.
Okay, like, are you like a hunter kind of guy, or are you like counting deer?
We're assisting with some academic research studies.
Oh, the Bigfoot people.
He sighs very, very deeply. And goes, yeah, we're with the Bigfoot people. Looks very ashamed, like kind of mumbles the last little bit.
Bigfoot is a very nice guy. Why are you all like this?
Sorry, what?
What?
Okay, what?
I don't know what.
I'm gonna just, I gotta take these lights inside and get them plugged into charge. You have a good day, ma'am.
You too,
Gives
have
you-
a good day.
Gives you a handful of nods.
Alfie.
And now is like holding these, and like again, now it's keeps kind of glancing back over his shoulder at you, just like trying to
She's
figure
just
out what is
waving.
happening. He loads the lights back in, kind kind
Is
of
there-
tentatively comes out and starts like ratchet strapping like a tarp over the back of the truck.
Before he comes back out, is there anything interesting in his truck?
Uh, uh, depends on your definition of interesting. The back of the truck looks like it is big gear bags. You would have to like really actually get into them to see what kind of gear it is.
Sure.
Some of them are like hard shell cases, and some of them are more like duffel bag style. There's about 3 or 4 of those.
Okay.
In the through the window into like the back seat, you can see what looks like probably like some version of like a bug out bag. You can see like the car like toolkit situation, and you can see a bunch of clothes that have just been kind of like tossed into the back. He's got some very cool fuzzy dice hanging off of his mirror and a custom branded air freshener that seems to have the Tracks and Trails Investigations logo on it.
Okay.
Um,
Does all of the like clothing look like it belongs to him? Like the things he is wearing, or does it look like it could have been nefarious?
it looks like it's mostly like a pile of like t-shirts and overshirts.
Okay.
You're guessing it probably belongs to him, but you'd have to really go like dig in and
Digging.
like start looking at tags for sizing to see if it all would fit this
Sure.
big lanky dude.
I don't have time to do that. Okay.
Probably not, but you did take note of this like random pile of clothes that's in the back. Anybody else doing anything in particular at the moment? Okay. You collect all this information that you got from Alice. You also get from her 2 key cards to rooms 9 and 10. So bottom floor, corner, and 1 in on the outer side of the strip, if you will. The side away from the office, I should clarify, is how I am visualizing this. 1 and
Sure.
11 are on the side that is next to that room that is like, you know, the office slash little stupid breakfast area that every motel has, right?
Yeah.
So you guys are on the far end away from that on the ground floor. I believe Alice is in 11, Jenny is in 14, Horatio is in 15, Professor Coxton is in 12, and she will tell you that the Tracks and Trails crew has 3 rooms. They have 3, 4, and 5 on the ground floor.
Can
Okay.
I go listen in? Just see if I hear anything interesting from Coxton.
You can like do kind of like a wander by and see if
Yeah.
you pick up on anybody being in their rooms.
Yeah,
at the very
let's,
least.
let's wander past. Let's investigate a mystery there. That is 10. So I'm walking
10.
past and just sort of mentally listening out for anything I can hear.
No, you've kind of got your brainwaves open to see what you pick up. You wander by Professor Coxton's room. You don't pick up anything. You think maybe he's not in there right now. As you get further past, you wander past room 13. You get like a weird static. That is just kind of like mildly unpleasant. You get to 14 and 15, where the other residents are, and you start to pick up like a little stream of somebody doing a lot of math in their head.
Ugh, so many numbers.
Yeah, it seems like someone's doing some pretty intensive kind of like algebraic calculations or whatever. You think it's a male voice.
Okay.
Again, it's thoughts, so sometimes it's a little bit hard to tell.
Yeah.
It does seem a little bit stronger on the further side, so it makes sense that that might be Horatio in his room working on something. You also remember that Alice thought about him like counting leaves, so like
Right.
maybe he's doing leaf math. Who knows?
Ugh, so boring.
Anything else in the immediate from anyone?
Do I need to? Is it a passive, or do I just automatically have the stat that mine's packed with extra protection? Do I need to say that, or do I just automatically get safety first? Because I get.
I think you just automatically get that, but let me go check.
Since I get 1+1 armor, but that's what she would be doing. Jury rig, extra
Yeah.
protection to her gear.
No, I think that's you probably are the one who is being like, great, I'm gonna go unload the car and like make sure all the gear's in order, oil up the chainsaw, load all the bullets, charge the flashlights, whatever, you know. That seems very on brand. Cool. As you sort of, you know, get your gear settled, everybody starts looking at what's going on. You all, from wherever you happen to be at this point, suddenly hear the like aggressive roar of a way too compensating for something engine come peeling up to the motel room, and wherever you happen to be, you are all able to look and you see a massive lifted, like almost monster truck level, like pickup. It is one of those huge, like you could probably fit a family of 7 in the front cab, and then there's still truck on the back. It's got a crazy like hard shell over the top of the back end. It has been custom painted with like this weird like vertical camo color, and then like a bright wedge of what looks like a spotlight that lands on the door that shines on this, like, you know, the classic Bigfoot walking sort of silhouette. And it's got splashed across the back sides of the bed of the truck and also over the front hood of the truck this massive logo for Tracks and Trails Investigations. It's got little flags flying up off of the back. One is an American flag, one is a Bigfoot flag. You didn't know that existed, but apparently they have one. This thing comes roaring up, and as it just kind of skids in next to the, now you see, relatively like normal standard pickup truck that Alfie was loading things in and out of. You see 2 people get out of it. Driver's side, a very heavy set man in a t-shirt, a hunting vest, camo hunting pants, big intensive hunting boots, and also a trucker cap, also with the Tracks and Trails logo on, sunglasses, the whole works. He climbs out from the driver's seat, and then climbing out from the other side is a man that does indeed look a lot like, you know, Temu David Attenborough. He's in a little bit more of a suit-ish vibe than you would expect somebody who's tromping around a forest to be wearing. He's got the classic little straw hat situation going. Somewhere between David Attenborough and Richard Attenborough in Jurassic Park.
I was literally thinking the Jurassic Park
Yeah,
guy.
like you're somewhere between this, within that spectrum of like old academic looking guy. And these 2 dudes seem to be kind of grumpily arguing, much more quietly than the truck.
So as the truck like pulls in, before anybody walks out, very loudly, Lilith will go, "Sorry about your dick."
Just because it amuses me, I'm gonna say that as this thing was pulling up, Alfie also came out of the room, so he is standing close enough to hear that, and you just get the little bit of like the snort, and like he has to very quickly try to pretend like he's having a coughing fit.
Is it compensation? That is too big.
Yeah, it's not enough compensation for the amount of times I've had to take that thing into the shop.
Oh, it's unreliable too. Ew.
And so you see these 2 men get out. They seem to like, they meet around in kind of the front of the car and seem to like finish exchanging words a little bit. The fellow who you are quite sure is Professor Coxton is doing a lot of the like finger the very indicative, I will have you know finger. And the other fellow, who you're pretty sure is probably Chuck Johnson, has the like fingers looped into the belt, sort of like kicked back, like the like, what are you gonna do about it posture. But
Ooh.
they are keeping this argument pretty on the down low. So they're at least slightly aware that other people are potentially present.
Can I, as a fast girl, and probably quietly because I can fly, get closer to hear them? Like to the side of the truck where I'm like pressed up against the Bigfoot,
Yeah, you can,
almost like silhouetted like he would be.
Yes, because that's hilarious. You just zip your way over real quick. You kind of like catch eyes with Alfie and have this like slight moment of like, wow, these guys suck, don't they? And then you just kind of like so quick, and using your wings to give you a little extra lift, so that you can just kind of like zip over and then quickly tuck them back so that they don't catch too much of the light and catch too much of the attention. And you kind of pop over up against the truck, and you are able to get over there just a little bit to hear kind of the tail end of this argument. And you hear this Professor Coxton saying, "And I don't particularly care to hear about any more of your wild theories, because we're not here to investigate your theories. We're here to follow my decades even of research in order to prove that this is exactly what I said. So, if you would be so kind as to stick to the, pardon me, fucking plan, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you." And you hear Chuck just be like, "Well, that's some mighty strong language coming from a fellow that doesn't even know how to buy the right hiking shoes. And I'll tell you something, I don't need decades of research, because I know what I've seen." There's a little bit more of this back and forth, no new information, just posturing. And then finally, Coxton just kind of throws up his hand and is like, "Well, fine then," and stalks off towards his room. Does not seem to really clock that anybody else is there, generally, just kind of straight for the stairs up to the second floor. As he stalks off, you see Chuck is like, has that like, I totally won that argument smirk, whether or not any of you agree with that assessment. He has decided he won the argument. And then he just starts rolling, is the best way I can describe his movement, over toward the other truck. Tosses his keys that are in his hand to Alfie, who has to kind of do like a fumble catch because he's not prepared for it. It's just like, "Gas her up! Make sure she's loaded! We're heading out tonight!" And you see Alfie just like the immediate, just like, "God damn it," face.
Well, I'm definitely gonna put a stop to that. But
like you do.
As he walks around, can I just step out and be like, "Hello"?
Sure, yeah, if you want to just like jump in front of him, absolutely. You just pop in. I'm just gonna roll I'm just gonna kind of flat roll and see if he manages to like not like crash into you or totally trip over himself when you appear out of nowhere. Not really. You get him pretty good. He jumps and he's like kind of has to kind of like try to fumble to recover his cool guy vibes. It's like, hey there. Well, who are you?
My name is Lilith. What's your name?
Chuck Johnson, owner of Tracks and Trails Investigations. What can I do for you?
I am here to help find the people that are missing.
You a cop?
Do I look like a cop to you?
I mean, I don't know if you're from one of them city places where they let anybody be a cop. You might be. You got a badge?
I am not a cop.
So they're sending amateurs out to do what professionals should be doing.
That's rude.
Yeah, well, I don't think I need to talk to you unless you've got a warrant.
Okay. Goodbye then. No, I have none of that.
Great. What'd you say your name was again? Right.
She has these like big giant eyes too.
Yeah.
Like they are big, they are blue, and she just blinks at him a lot.
Right. Well, ma'am, you will be hearing from my lawyer if you speak to me again. Thank you. And he just like brushes past.
Oh, did Dahlia see this?
Don't worry
I
about
feel
it.
like we're watching this.
I was gonna say everyone heard the truck pull up, so I'm gonna say that
Yeah.
anybody who wanted to be sort of like peeking out of a window or to just kind of come out of whichever room they were in could like, you know, you're leaning over a balcony, whatever.
I saw him being mean to my friend, so
Uh-oh.
he's going to hear a little voice in his head.
Oh, God.
Chuck. And that's it.
Oh my God.
Oh no!
He starts marching off to the door and he suddenly like freezes stock still. His eyes get huge, his mouth drops open. You see him glaze over slightly as he has to like blue screen reset his entire worldview. And then he turns around and he's like, Alfie, get stuff, we're heading out, they're coming, and he like books it into the room, and Alfie's just looking at like absolute levels of just like, what is happening?
So I go, you're not going anywhere. You're going to get the rest tonight because you look very tired. And I start slashing tires.
You whip a blade out of nowhere and start punching holes in tires. Alfie just stands there. He like fully just drops the keys that he barely managed to catch, just kind of like watches you do this, and then nods to himself, picks up the keys to the big truck, goes to the cab of the other truck, reaches in, like pulls those keys out, so he's got both sets. I think he starts to walk toward the door, looks, sees you, and just holds out his hand, drops both sets of keys, like, in front of you, and just walks away.
Right. I wasn't going to slash his tires. I was only going to slash the big truck tires. Because I feel like that is a man that wouldn't get in it to any other truck.
Oh yeah.
You might not fit in any other truck, to be fair.
He was real mean to the Fae.
He was not nice to anybody that you could tell, so...
And this brings me pure joy to myself, which is a part of my
Amazing.
curse.
Yes.
Lilith, make sure you only cut 3. Insurance will cover it if you do all 4.
I don't know what that is, but okay.
If you get all 4, he doesn't have to pay for it. If you get 3, he does.
Ooh, should I like mess up his paint job too?
Oh, 100%.
Okay. I do all of this very quickly as I can move very fast.
Yeah, Lilith is just like zipping around, like barely noticeable, except when she pauses to like respond to conversation. As this truck just magically gets kind of jacked up, somebody starts peeling up the edge of the custom skin that's got all of the branding on it. It looks real grody now. Some tires go down, and you see that a couple of other people have kind of vaguely appeared. Do seem to kind of glance, notice that stuff is going on, and choose not to engage. You see that there is a very tired looking man who has emerged from room 15. He is everybody's kind of dressed in these very similar, like, going out into the woods doing shit clothes, so he's kind of in the same vein as what you've seen from everybody else for the most part. Flannel shirt for the layers because it's starting to get a little dark and a little cold out. T-shirt, big oversized cargo pants with plenty of pockets for putting stuff in, hiking boots. He kind of comes out of the room, glances out, runs a hand through like the very like curly disheveled hair where it's got just enough body that like he runs his hand through it and it kind of stays out of place. He decides not to engage and just heads directly for the that kind of like front room of the motel where like the food would be essentially. And
I'm
Go ahead.
only fucking up the cars that are like definitely belong to asshole, not anybody else's. I'm not that much of a bitch.
No. No, you can fuck that one up. You know which one is Alfie's, which, like, again, you have kind of noticed that he's got also some branding, but seems a little more subtle. He's got, like, the air freshener, and if you glance in his car from the other side that you're now on, you see he's got the magnetized sign, so he can put it on the sides of the car when he's official, but then he can take it off when he's not
Yeah,
working.
I wouldn't really mess with his
Yeah.
truck so much, but I am gonna hang all of the keys from a tree because I can fly and it's gonna be very hard for the very high up.
Pop across the road to like the tree that's the most directly across from the motel and just hang them like
Yeah.
20 feet up off of a branch.
Yep.
The other person that you see is as you present, you see Alice comes out of her room and like she spends a little more time looking at like what the hell is going on. Also decides not to engage. The third person that you see that you haven't seen yet, who comes out of a room, is or at least you assume they came out of the room. You don't actually see where they came from, because they've all been focused on other things. But you see that there is another woman who has appeared. She's got a long brunette hair in like double braids, and like a little bandana over it to kind of help keep things a little less dusty. Otherwise, dressed identical to everybody else. Flannels, t-shirts, hiking boots. She stares for a minute at the now fairly jacked up car. Just kind of like cocks her head a little bit, nods to herself a little bit, and follows the man from upstairs into the front part of the motel. And I think, as you have sort of gotten your bearings on this motel and the kooky set of characters that you may or may not have to deal with to find these missing people, we're going to take a little break.
All right. welcome back. We're just gonna jump right into it. So, Alondra, take it away.
Our team of mysterious investigators have made their way to a motel that is probably in Meme Town, but somehow also in Texas. And they have come across a vexing cast of characters here, including a somewhat uptight professor, a very terrible human who runs a cryptid hunting business, apparently, several bleared grad students, and the only functional person apparently in this motel, the assistant of the cryptid hunter, who I was told off screen they have decided to adopt. You all are currently kind of clustered around outside various parts of this motel. Lilith has just finished doing some delightful vandalism to the horrible, like, jacked up monster truck that the cryptid hunter drives. You saw some tired-looking grad students making their way for the... I feel like there is a better word. The dining room of the motel, maybe? You know, that sort of, like, front office area of the motel. The cryptid hunter's assistant has given up on trying to load the truck and gave his keys to Lilith. Abigail and Wilma have finished loading all of y'all's gear into your rooms and sort of taking assessment of that. And Dahlia's just doing
Having
spooky
fun.
mind shit. Who would you like to go talk to / where would you like to go?
I need to talk to the grad students. Some
Yeah,
more
I think
information.
I agree. I think that's our next point of contact.
I think while they're doing that, Lilith will go talk to Alfie some more, just to gather more information from multiple people. She will look at Delilah and go, "Do you want to come with?
Ooh, yeah. Because
He's going to be our new friend.
He's probably close to Chuck, right?
Very close to Chuck."
Yeah, let's have fun.
Well, no, let's not hurt Alfie. He is
Oh,
just
no.
doing a job. Okay.
We're gonna have fun with Chuck.
Oh no!
Don't like the way you said that,
Don't
but I
worry
agree.
about it, Mom. It's gonna be fine. I'm
Are
not
we
gonna
talking? Are we talking fine like when you decided to tie bottle rockets to the neighborhood cat and we only just got that put out in time? Or are we talking fine like when you redirected the stream and it flooded the basement?
Probably closer to the stream, but it's
Got
really more like just he's a ghost hunter, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I bet that if he hears ghosts in the hotel, he's gonna be way less inclined to go do whatever the fuck he's gonna do to mess with us. So I'm just
But
gonna...
it's going to be really hard for him to do that now.
Yeah, it is.
All right. Well, just trying to get the cops called on us. Rural backtown areas. Get a little old boy about that.
Yeah, but you can't call the cops on a ghost, so...
Try not to let it be known that you are the ghost, my
Oh,
dear.
yeah, no.
Somewhere back in Meme Town, a bunch of frazzled security guards are like, "Why can't the handcuffs stay on the ghost? This worked last time." Abigail and Wilma, you guys head into the kind of front office / dining room area of this motel. You pop in through the doors. You see that there's a little like alcove that's set aside that has like the front desk, you know, the like ubiquitous big rack of like little pamphlets and flyers and things for the area. A very sad potted plant that is trying its darndest. And then past this, opening up into kind of a larger area, is an area that has just, you know, a bunch of tables where people can sit and do things. There's like a couch kind of to one side. It's part dining room, part waiting area. This is a motel, so there's not really like a restaurant, but you also kind of see that like, you know, banquette thing that's siding up at the back that has like a couple of coffee pots and some racks that you guess in the mornings probably get loaded up with like some fruit and the like pre-wrapped danishes and whatever, you know, for the continental breakfast. there also there's a microwave and a toaster oven that are over there. And you see the rumpled looking male grad student, who you would presume is Horatio Carr, is standing by the microwave. There is something being heated up in there. And he's just kind of like slumped against the counter a little bit. He's got his phone out and seems to be very rapidly texting or something. And sitting at one of the tables kind of near him is this brunette grad student who, by process of elimination, is Jenny Petal. She is sitting there. She has like a sandwich. It looks like kind of gas station style pre-wrapped sandwich or whatever that she has pulled out. Bottle of pop, and she's got her phone sitting on the table and is like occasionally scrolling on it. You know, he's writing things down. She's like skimming Tumblr or some equivalent.
Jenny looks like she wants to be approached. Looks like she's pretty interesting, so Wilma would make her way towards her first.
Yeah,
Take a seat next to her.
Yeah, you wander up, you sit down. Jenny kind of glances up, gives you a quick once over, just, in a like haven't seen you here way, and kind of little slight nod, and is like, you looking for a job or?
We're looking for some information, actually. You happen to know a professor here?
Yeah, we're working with Professor Coxton. Why are you were you responding to the ad for volunteers?
Correct. Did you respond as well, or were you here before it went?
Oh no, I'm part of the research contingent from the university. Okay, I think they were still taking more volunteers. I thought we pulled the ad down, but I'll take your information if we're looking. She you see she like reaches down to, she's got kind of a satchel bag that's sitting on the floor. She rifles around in there and pulls out a big folder, pulls out a blank copy of what you recognize as the like volunteer fill out form, same one that you got a blank copy of from Alice. And she sets it down. She reaches into the other side of the folder, pulls out the little like packet. She goes, yeah, we're looking for volunteers who are willing to do grid walks for us in the forested areas. We are recording topographical data for our project, and we're hoping to get local volunteers who maybe are more familiar with the area, who can help us look for anything that seems like abnormal or out of place, so that we can register it in our logs. You can let her continue to go on rambling about a bunch of stuff that kind of sounds like nonsense, or you can interject at any time.
Yeah, I'm interested in these missing people specifically.
Do you say that to her?
Mm-hmm.
She looks up at you a little bit startled. Goes, missing people.
Mm-hmm. Are you familiar with this?
She looks over at Horatio. Horatio has stopped texting. He's still standing, same posture. Posture hasn't changed, but like thumbs are now still, and he's kind of looking up at both of you.
Does he know?
He slips his phone into his pocket. The microwave dings, and he sort of like has the brief moment of internal war, and then flips around, pops it open, pulls out a little like TV dinner situation or whatever, slides out of the table, and then sits down on the other side of her at this table. Goes, we might know something about some volunteers that did not make it back to one of the check-ins. I think missing is kind of a strong word for it. Maybe they just decided they didn't want to continue with the project. This is an unpaid volunteer position, and sometimes people just decide they don't want to stick with it, you know?
It's valid. I mean, people go missing in the woods all of the time. In Oregon and Washington too. Lots of hikers go missing, but it seems like in this situation, if there's a lot of people taking note of the topography of the area, you'd have a better set of skills or assets to help find them if you know the area so well.
Well, we're not familiar with the area.
Hmm.
We're from out of state. That's why we've been asking locals to get involved with helping us with the mapping, because we're actually not that familiar with what's going on. There's a whole network of caves in and under the forest in this part of the state, and as best we can tell, no one has ever actually investigated or researched them. So we're trying to get documentation on where those openings might be, or any geological information about their formation, so that we don't, disturb anything about the local ecosystem, and also so that nobody gets, lost or injured in an unknown cave system.
Abigail, what do you think of this?
Well, I'm thinking that if you're digging as deep as I've been hearing about looking for things that are out of place, I'm wondering if you've come across any of these cave entrances yet, and if there was anything weird around them.
I saw a couple of caves. They were ones that we sort of suspected might be there, just based off of some data that we got from satellite footage. Again, it's hard to see because the tree cover hides most of these locations.
Trees are real good at hiding things, aren't they, Wilma?
That they are. A burden and a blessing, I guess. So with these cave entrants, how many do you think that or suspect that there are? There's network. You know that there's a network.
At the same time, Horatio starts to say something along the lines of, well, we really can't be sure. And Jenny starts to say something about, like, well, we can't confirm that it's a network. And they sort of, like, talk over each other and then sort of catch and, like, look at each other again. And then Horatio clears his throat and again says, we're not positive. That's, again, why we're trying to do the research, right? We've got to identify and locate, and a lot of these underground cave systems in other parts of the country remained hidden for years, or there were vents and outlets that nobody even knew about until somebody stumbled into them, sometimes decades after the main entry points were located.
Are y'all geologists? Are you spelunkers? What's your interest in caves?
We're members of a very well-funded research team that is investigating the area.
Investigating for what?
Classified research that you can read our papers about once we're published.
Anything to do with the big old Bigfoot truck in the front?
We might be
awfully odd to have two groups of people here at the same time in the back end of nowhere.
We are permitted to utilize civilian resources as part of the terms of our research program if those civilian resources have access to knowledge and equipment that we may not have through the university.
Oh, civilian. You sounded all military over here. I thought y'all were university students.
We are. They're civilians. We're academics. He says this with pure dead seriousness, as though they are two completely different classifications of people.
Yep, all right. I mean, they are two different classifications of people, really, but... Well, I'll be real interested in what those papers have to say. I'm something of a amateur in this area.
I'm sure once everything is published and past the peer review and things like that, they'll start making their way out to the general public.
Do you reckon that the funding might be at risk if people are coming up missing?
Another look between the two of them, and Jenny is going to turn to you this time and just be like, look, are you guys cops or something?
Nope.
Nope. I just want to make sure that we don't go missing too.
Look, meet me out back at the motel in like 15 minutes, okay?
Got it. 15 minutes.
Noted.
We'll see you there.
Wilma gets up and she walks out. She's going to be waiting.
Just immediately heads out.
Super subtle.
Yeah.
Super, super subtle. Look the two of them up and down. Y'all need to be eating something better than those TV dinners.
If you know someplace where we can get, fresh organic groceries that doesn't require 50 miles both ways of gas, I'd love to hear about it.
I'll take you to dinner at that restaurant we passed on the way in later, if you like.
They only serve meatloaf. We've been multiple times. That's why we switched to TV dinners. You see that Horatio has peeled back the film on his, Stouffer's lasagna or whatever it is, and he's just, picking at it very forlornly.
Aw.
Well, let's hope we can get you out of here sooner than later. And Abigail will tip her cap, get up, and do a couple circuits around the motel just to get the lay of the land of the area.
Sure. As you are, just barely as you are kind of, leaving that front area, you think you hear, Horatio mutter something about, this is not what I signed up for, or something. But it's real unclear. It's clearly just, him muttering as he thinks you are out of earshot. Dahlia and Lilith. You're going to deal with Chuck. And my phone keeps ringing and yelling at me when I'm in the middle of things. Sorry, everybody.
You're all good. Really, we're here to go talk to our new friend, Alfie.
Should
Oh,
I
yeah.
get in
NPC
his
we're
head?
adopting.
I can
What?
get in his head.
I don't know if you want to
mean,
get
I can
into
just go,
Alfie's head.
listen.
If that's what you want to do, at least we will know if he is telling the truth.
Right? Because,
That-
men are like that.
But also, I have to give him this, and she holds up a bracelet.
Do I recognize this bracelet?
You have one of these bracelets.
Aww. I don't know how I
Think-
feel about this.
Why?
Well, I thought I was special.
Everybody in the group has one of these.
Well, I thought we were special.
You are special, but you are protected by the Fae.
Okay.
You are more protected by the Fae because that one has my colors.
Yeah, it does. Okay. Fine, I'll let you protect him.
Listen, here's the thing. If he is protected by the Fae, then whatever curse gets put onto Chuck will not be put onto Alfie as well.
Yeah, we're gonna fuck with Chuck.
Yeah. And we need Alfie not to have a bad time. I feel like working for him is already a bad time.
Yeah, we should get him a new job.
Yeah, that's why we're going to adopt him, which is why he needs one of these.
Alright.
You've made your way to the block of rooms. You will remember that the Tracks and Trails group has rooms 3, 4, and 5 on the ground floor. You last saw Chuck go into room 3, and Alfie went to room 5. Lilith, room 4 was the room that you saw the gear getting loaded in and out of, so you're guessing that, literally they just have an extra room for, storage full of their equipment.
Okay. I will knock on Alfie's door.
You knock on Alfie's door. There is whatever sounds you were hearing from inside the room suddenly go dead quiet. And then after a long pause, the door kind of cracks open. It's got the chain on it, and he kind of peeks out. He sees it as you guys. You see a visible slight relief in his posture.
Hey.
Howdy. Can I help you?
So we have some questions for you, but I would also like to give you this.
Uh, is that is that a friendship bracelet?
Yeah.
You should put it on.
Uh, yeah, okay, whatever. Door closes, you hear the chain go, and then he kind of pops the door open and just like leaves it open for you guys to come in through. Walks in, standard motel setup that everybody's got, double beds in the room. His room looks pretty stark. You see like the tiny little toiletries kit sitting on like the nightstand or whatever. Um, and you see a rumpled another rumpled like t-shirt and pair of boxers that are sort of like half tucked under the pillow, probably like pajamas or something. But otherwise his room looks basically untouched.
She'll hold out the bracelet to him.
He will turn and take it and kind of look at it and very awkwardly sort of like hold it up against his wrist like he's trying to figure out if it's gonna fit.
Oh, it'll fit.
And then he will tuck it in his shirt pocket.
Oh.
Thank you.
It doesn't work if you don't wear it.
You should
Sorry?
wear it.
The power of friendship will protect you.
I'm sorry, I don't know you.
I made it so that you could have a night off. I thought we were buddies.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. You did sort of fuck up the truck, and I kind of appreciate that. Okay, fine. He will pull it out, and he will very awkwardly kind of tie it around his wrist.
Great.
Yes, I assume that the knot suddenly like magically tightens itself, and he can never take this thing off or something insane like
Yes.
that. So, he sits down on the edge of what seems to be the bed he is sleeping in, and just sort of like waves at the other one. There's not really seating in here. He's just like, all right, so what questions do you want to ask? Here, hang on. I can start with the real easy ones. No, I have never seen Bigfoot personally myself.
Oh,
Yes,
I
I
have. It's fine.
have heard. What?
What?
Yeah, just keep going.
Yes, I have heard the spooky voices on the radio. No, I think they are just interference from other radio stations because of the way that FM signals work. And I do not believe in the Loch Ness Monster.
Oh.
I
Anyway.
mean, that's a weird one.
Did you have other questions
hides.
besides? Sorry, those
Oh.
are just like the usual big hit
Yeah.
list whenever somebody finds out I work for Tracks and Trails.
No, we are not here to talk about the theoretical part of what are you guys doing here? I heard that the professor and your asshole Evie boss. Yeah, that's what I'm going to call him from now on. Asshole. Fighting?
Oh, well, the professor is convinced that he has found some sort of top secret evidence of some like new species of Sasquatch or something that lives exclusively in this area. And he hired my boss and me, I guess, vicariously, to come help him find evidence. I don't know how familiar you are with Tracks and Trails investigations, but Chuck's been spending the last like 25 years proving his mettle on a bunch of them like Discovery Channel TV shows and shit, trying to like prove the existence of monsters and cryptids and things that live in the woods that nobody has evidence of. I've watched some of the episodes. I don't think they have successfully proven anything thus far, personally. Professor doesn't really want to share his information, which makes it real hard for my boss to do his job, and I think they're fighting because they both want credit for whatever the fuck it is that they think is out in the woods. You know what I think is out in the woods? I think it's a bear. It's always a bear. Every time I've ever found anything, it's turned out to be a bear. Sometimes it's a bear that somebody shaved so that they can call him like the pig man or something. That's what they used to do in the sideshows back in the days.
Oh my god.
But sometimes is just a normal ass bear living its normal ass bear life who would like us to not be bothering him with like cameras and lighting equipment and weird Blair Witch vlogs and whatever.
Yeah.
Alfie, you don't seem to really like your job. Why are you doing it? Are
I
you
got a lot of
related to him?
Thank God, no. I got a lot of student loans to pay off.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, those are supposed to suck.
I'm sure those will go away very soon.
That'd be real nice, but you don't get this far into a PhD project without racking up a lot of debt, and I still haven't been able to do my defense. So, everything but the doctorate, as they say.
I think everything is about to come up, Alfie.
That's very kind of a sentiment,
You keep
lady that I
to-
met 15 minutes ago.
You don't know what you're getting into. She's your friend now.
He just looks at both of you guys, and just kind of like decides to let that one go.
She is also sitting cross-legged on the dresser. She did not sit on the bed.
Yeah, I know.
Of course. So your boss.
Yep.
Do you know like what he's looking for? I know they've got people.
Bigfoot.
Well, yeah.
No, I mean, seriously, he thinks that Bigfoot is in the woods, or a Bigfoot, a variant of Bigfoot, and he thinks that this is gonna finally be the time he catches it on camera. And I think the reason he and the professor are sort of, at it is because the professor is trying to do his sciencey bullshit and like not disturb any sorts of like footprints or habitation or whatnot, so he can like record it in situ, I think is the term they keep throwing around.
Okay.
Chuck kind of doesn't give a shit if we bother it. If anything, that's going to make for better TV. So he
Well,
keeps making
I
me go
mean-
sit out in the woods all night with a bunch of cameras set up in hopes that he can get that thing to fucking chase him across in front of one so that he can sell it to, TLC and make a bunch of dollars.
I mean, I
Do
could
you-
chase him in front of a camera. That would be very interesting.
Do you really think that Sasquatch or Bigfoot or whatever you're calling him are nocturnal?
Look, I don't know. Every story from around this area, nobody uses the term Sasquatch anyway. You got the Bear King, you got the Beast of Bear Creek, you got the Lake Worth Monster, you got the Houston Batman. All of them may or might not be a Bigfoot variation. Well, the Batman might be a Mothman. Hard to tell.
Oh,
Big key
yeah.
problem is they all get seen at dusk. You know what else comes out at dusk? Bears, owls, normal ass animals
I
that
thought-
go through the normal woods.
I thought the Batman was in Gotham.
Honestly, I've had an easier time finding a cryptid in Gotham than I would out here in the
That's
middle of
true. There are
nowhere.
a bunch of weirdos there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every issue of Batman is just something new crawling out of the sewers or out of Arkham Asylum, and they're all fucking weird.
I want you to know that Lilith definitely thinks that Gotham is a real place, and all of that is everything that's shown on TV is a documentary of the real life.
To be fair, Alfie just thinks that he's finally figured out why you're so weird, and it's because you're a comic book nerd. So he's actually like slightly more relaxed now.
Awesome. So, if we want Chuck to not go anywhere tonight, what's the best
I've
way
dealt
to?
with that.
Well, I mean,
Well, yeah, the fact that 3 of his tires are now flat is going to make him real mad, but also have a real hard time getting anywhere because he'll have to wait for AAA to come out and replace those. Otherwise, the only thing that's going to keep... He might still go out on foot. I don't know. Depends on how
Right.
spry he's feeling. Really, the only thing that keeps him inside is a promise of, money and fame, or a promise of finding some spooky shit, which, usually is because he's looking for the money and fame thing.
all right.
Can
So,
we use the room that's between the two of your rooms?
As long as you don't touch any of the expensive gear.
No, I don't. We are not going to touch any of the gear.
He literally just reaches into his pocket, pulls out one of the key cards, and hands it to you. He's like, "Go to town, as long as nothing goes missing or gets
Okie
broken."
dokie.
all
Well, you have
right.
a great night. Get some sleep. I bet it's going to be the best sleep of your life. You're going to get good news tomorrow.
He just gives you like a real weird look, and then just shrugs. Like his entire life is so weird. This might as well happen too. Back to Wilma and Abigail. You guys are waiting out back. You see that out back of the motel, most of the back of this building is like the small windows that are the bathrooms, because the bathrooms are on the back side of the rooms. So there's a bunch of the small windows that look out from the shower, and probably don't even fully open. They just crack open enough to vent. But somebody at some point in history dragged like one of those real jacked up metal like tables with the benches attached with like a real sad umbrella out back here, and they have that and the little plastic cigarette butt holder, and they've created sort of a little like away from the building smoking area. You also see that there are 2 cars that you hadn't previously noticed that are parked around back here.
Do they have Texas license plates, or where are the plates from?
The plates are from out of state. You are guessing these probably belong to some combination of your university folks.
Do they
Okay.
also have Bigfoot flags?
Thankfully, no.
I'm gonna sit down at the impromptu smoking area and prop my feet up on one of the like tipped up sideways crate things that everyone uses.
Yeah, the just ubiquitous crates.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. You're just gonna sit and hang for a minute. Wilma, you got here first. I assume you did a little bit of like scout the area. Is there anything else specific you wanted to do or look for back here, or are you just gonna hang till Jenna gets here?
Gonna scope it out, see what's out there. See, I mean, would those 2 new cars be something that were parked before I got here as well?
Yes, they would have been parked here when you got back here. So
Okay.
you can go give them a good walk around and take a look. Go ahead and give me investigate a mystery roll.
We have the sheet. Do I get to add anything to that?
I believe you can add your sharp.
Okay.
What'd you get on that?
I got a total of 4.
Okay.
This is the point where I will remind all the fellow players that we do have luck that we can spend.
Oh,
and
that's
these are
right.
these are rental characters. If you spend a point of luck, it is treated as if you got a 12. And in long-term games, is not recommended very often. In short-term games,
Yeah, this is a one shot. You can light these guys on fire at the end, and there's no consequences technically.
Okay. So I can use luck here and just
If
take
you
my
want.
13.
Yeah, if you want, you can just like hyper succeed at this. Um,
Sounds good.
Great. Yeah, you've got plenty of time even before Abigail gets back here to scope out these cars. You notice a handful of things. These are both slightly older. We're talking like in the Honda Civic sort of range of like your used old reliables type. One of them has a bunch of clothing in the back seat, just kind of like a big, like almost like a laundry bag or something that's kind of thrown in the back seat that's got a bunch of stuff in it. And next to that, it also has a bunch of blankets and a bunch of boxes of like granola bars, like Costco bulk level, blankets, snacks, and then this like laundry bag that is back in there. The other car is significantly dirtier. There's a lot more like dust and mud sort of like splashed up onto the tires and onto the sides and things. And that one, there is nothing visible in the back seat, but the whole back seat is covered in a tarp. In that like protect the seat way, where it's kind of like tucked in and cover. And you see that there is a lot of dirt and staining on that tarp. As though stuff has been, is getting tossed in there that is very messy, and they don't want it, staining the seats or something like that. The front seat of the car with the tarp, you see a big stack of what looks like books and academic journals, like hard copy academic journals. Um, all of them seem to be specifically like anthropology folklore focused. Except for a couple that are they're harder to make out because they're more toward the bottom of the stack. And again, this is like a jumbled pile that is in like the footwell and on the passenger seat. But a couple that are toward the bottom seem to be like actively like books of spellcraft, like anthropological texts on spellcraft and use of magic, spelled with a CK.
Okay. Yes, okay. So I think seeing that she would come back like she hadn't seen it at all. And when Abigail gets there, she would let her know. There's some questionable things in these cars. I don't know. They're maybe they're related to the people who are missing.
If I think I have a minute or two before Jenny comes out back, I want to go and look at the one that Wilma talked about with the tarp. I want to see if I can like visually. I don't want to open up the car. It probably doesn't have a lock, or it probably has a lock on. Probably not an alarm. I want to see if it looks like it might be blood to me. Any of those stainings.
Sure. It looks mostly like it is probably dirt and mud, but I will say, like, just kind of peering through the window, quick glance, some of it could be blood. It does not look like full on like somebody bled out in the back of this car.
Right.
It's not like, oh, we found the crime scene, but there's some staining there that you're not thrilled to see. It could be mud, it could be coffee, it could be something more nefarious.
Yeah. I'm gonna note that and quietly pass that along to Wilma as I sit back down at the table and kick my feet back up.
Yeah. You guys both headed out pretty quickly before the 15 minutes was up.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say that you have plenty of time to do this and kind of compare notes before you finally see Jenny wandering back. She pops over to the table pretty nonchalantly, pulls out a pack of cigarettes, pops one out, offers the carton around to you guys.
Abigail will take one, light it with her own Zippo.
Yeah.
Wilma passes.
She nods, tucks it away, pulls her lighter out, lights up her own. Doesn't even really smoke it, just kind of lights it and then kind of sits there with it. There's that 1,000-yard stare for a couple minutes. And then she finally sighs and goes, okay, look, something's going on. I think somebody else in the group knows what happened to those guys. It's not me. But somebody knows something that they're not saying. They've got to, right? There's no way that 5 people just disappear in the woods and there's no trace of them. Especially when, at the very least, Mother Chucker is out there every fucking day in his giant-ass car driving all around. He would have found something by now. Unless somebody was covering it up. So something's happening. I don't know what it is. I don't know if somebody found oil out in their fields or some bullshit, but there's 5 people missing, and somebody doesn't want us to know about it. And she finally takes a puff.
Abigail's been waiting until she takes the first puff, just to make sure that she wasn't trying to poison us or something.
Yeah.
Once she's taken a puff, Abigail will take a long drag. All right. Take us back to the beginning of what you know. When did the people go missing?
8 days ago.
Did they all go missing the same day?
None of them showed up for the check-in. I don't know. They could have gone... I guess it's not proper to say they... 8 days ago was the last time anybody saw them. They were supposed to check in 4 days after that. And then today or thereabouts would have been the second check-in if everything was on schedule. But nobody showed up for the first check-in. And maybe maybe Ray's right. Maybe they just decided they didn't want to keep doing it because it's a volunteer position, and so they just bailed, you know? But then I made some calls and sent some texts just to like try to confirm. Didn't hear back from anybody. So that makes me think they're missing. And I don't know if you've talked to Alice, but she's freaking the fuck out like we've got a full-on murder investigation or something on our hands, which I don't think it's that extreme, but you know, now she won't even focus on any of the work because she keeps bringing up these volunteers, and the professor doesn't want to hear about it because he thinks he's found like a fucking footprint or some bullshit out in the woods, and so he's trying to get back to wherever that was. But I guess he and Mother Checker are fighting over where the location was, and nobody can agree on it, so nobody can go back and find it, which is some dumbass bullshit if I ever heard it, because that's why we have the grid, and I'm sure that Ray probably has a record of it somewhere, because if we know about it, it came from a team that came back, so it didn't come from the missing folks, unless they got sent to the same area and, like, something went around. They like built this whole thing into a conspiracy, and I don't think there's anything out there but like, you know, garbage and I don't know, kids hooking up maybe. Look, if you want to go out there, I can take you out there and I can show you the area that they were supposed to be in.
I think that would be a good idea.
I would love it.
Oh, I think we're gonna hate it, but I do think that's necessary.
Yeah,
You said that Ray should know where the location is. Is he not indicating where it is?
Look, we all kind of have our own specialties, right? Ray's been taking all of the information from the volunteers and from our own walks and compiling them into his like crazy algorithmic bullshit that's supposed to like generate all of the like probable likelihoods of cave locations, animal life, geological anomalies, whatever, right? I don't know why he's majoring in anthropology when he clearly is just a fucking math nerd. He should be like an astrophysicist or something. But he's running that. I'm handling, you know, personnel and documentation of local legends, and Alice is doing local legends and some extra stuff involving like I don't know, pottery shards or some bullshit. I don't know. We've got
Shards or
overlap.
shards?
Is there a difference?
The archaeologists tell me there is.
Yeah, well, I'm not an archaeologist, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I think that going out there tonight. You all right with that?
Tonight. Yeah, I
All
don't
right.
like doing it in the dark, but I can get some lights from Alfie. He at least
I
doesn't
reckon,
suck.
from what I've gathered, my friend's been making inroads with conversations with him. I'm sure she'll pass off what we need. Is there anything else that you can think of that you want to tell us? Anything, even if it sounds just we're not going to think you're more insane than anything else we've run into. Is there anything else that you want to tell us?
Do you believe in Sasquatch?
A lot of weird shit out there. Might be.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything more useful to tell you then.
Do you think that you said you don't believe in all of this? Are you starting to change your mind?
Have you ever heard of a tulpa?
I'm gonna flick through the filing cabinet that is Abigail's brain. Have I ever heard of that?
Yes, you have heard of a tulpa. Given that you are the expert, this is absolutely something you would know of. A tulpa is an entity that is created through the pure power of belief. It is something that is manifested because enough people think that it is real. And so therefore it becomes real.
Oh, there's an actual word for that. That's cool. Yeah, I've heard of that before.
Well,
Do you think that's what's happening? That people believe in it enough that it's real?
I think when people believe in something enough, something becomes real. I don't know if it's that thing, or if it's just the collective power of belief makes people do things to make them think the things are real. She takes one last drag in her cigarette, snuffs it out, and then goes, "Don't take any painkillers for 6 to 8 hours after smoking that," and walks away.
Ma.
What does
Glance at
that
it.
mean? What does that mean?
I think that means it's pot.
Is that a thing? You can't mix pain relievers with pot?
I think so. At least it's
You
it's
taste
a real
it, you're
bad
like,
idea.
it doesn't taste like pot, but like now you're just asking a lot of questions.
I mean, I know you're not supposed to mix alcohol with pot unless you're ready for the crossfade.
You've gotten this information. We're gonna quick cut back over to Lilith and Dahlia and see what you guys are doing. Already in room 4, the gear room, with the key card and everything.
I would like to use magic.
Yeah.
And storyteller, you tell me what this indicates. I would like to put a curse on Chuck.
I love this plan. Let me, oh, what does this mean? You want to put a curse on Chuck. And your personal curse is based off of joy.
Yes.
You must pursue joy at all times. What would you draw on the powers of fairy to impose upon Chuck that would bring you the most joy?
This is a situation of, do you want the short list or the long?
Yes. Oh man, what would bring her the most joy?
I mean, you can we can narrow this down into sort of like a more of a generalized category. Like, you know, like, do you want him to do you want him to just have a real bad time tonight? Do you want him to
I
do you want
him
to
have a
fuck with
real
his
bad
worldview
time
forever?
forever.
Yeah,
I
do-
want him to either slowly lose his mind because he's actually seeing ghosts that aren't actually there.
God. Let me
Morally
Oh, no.
dubious Fae.
so Faye.
So Faye.
Let me quickly flip to a page reference to kind of this. Okay. I think honestly, I think what you're trying to do is essentially maybe tap into some of the lesser spirits of fairy or something, and you're just trying to call for some sort of not like a fully sentient creature or anything,
No.
but some sort of will-o-wisp or non-sentient pixie, something like that, to just basically fucking haunt his ass and just drive him a little bit bonkers.
Yeah. Makes it very hard for him to get any sleep. Concentration is really hard.
Oh, you're trying to summon a poltergeist.
Basically,
That's what
yes.
it is. Yeah, you just want a poltergeist follow him around and just constantly poke him, or like an invisible cat just constantly knocking shit off of counters or standing on him when he's trying to sleep. Or
And it just pokes the center of his forehead every
just,
night.
Hey. Yeah. Great. Let's roll for a use magic and see how effectively you are able to do this.
So you just summon a ghost cat.
Yeah, no,
A
you're summoning
poltergeist.
a poltergeist cat. That's just gonna ruin this guy's life.
What is my plus weird? Hold on. Gosh, why don't I have any of this open? Okay. Oh, okay. So, I'm gonna use some luck.
Hell yeah.
So that is going to be a 15.
Great. With a 15, I am going to say that this. Feel free to pitch me other things, but based on like the list of effects that occur from using magic that I've got in the book in front of me, I'm going to say this summons a monster into the world. In this case, it is the poltergeist cat. I'm going to say that it traps a specific person. In this case, it is like binding this poltergeist to Chuck. Trying to see if there's any good. I feel like it probably inflicts harm on him, at least mentally.
Yes.
1d6 psychic damage.
Yeah.
I mean, I would like to
And-
help with that.
Oh yeah, if you would also like to do just pile on to this BS. I'm also gonna say for the for Lilith using magic, I'm not with that high of a roll, and since you're willing to burn luck on it, like I'm not really gonna have there be like any major material cost. It's
Okay.
gonna be like you might need to take a longer nap tonight.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah,
I
you expended
think-
some energy.
I think what it really is, though, is Lilith gets into this room and you watch her walk over to the vent that connects to his room, and she's standing on the dresser, just like whispering in,
Like chanting the
yeah,
thing
but
into
it's
the.
not English.
Oh
So
no.
it's very elven kind of, and I don't think you've heard her speak this very much. But it's kind of terrifying because you see like her wings like flit out a little bit as like she just speaks magic into the vent that goes into Chuck's room.
Yeah, and while you're doing that, Dahlia's absolutely in his mind, just Chuck, 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 Chuck. Just to
Walter did
distract
not
him from
expect
the
us
sound.
to be like this to this man.
I
but-
mean, I knew you were supposed to hate this guy. To be
do.
clear, that was the correct response.
You made us loathe him in like 2 sentences. That is a gift.
Sometimes my narrative is just really on point. Doing a bad job of conveying the actual mystery information. Great job of describing these terrible characters.
I also want like the poltergeist just to gently be like, "Call your lawyers now, bitch."
Yeah, you summon this it's not like truly an invisible cat, but it is a sort of cat-like inclined, like mischievous poltergeist who's just like, yes, we're gonna fuck with him so hard. Who then just like slithers through the vents off into off into terrorize this poor man. You can faintly hear. Actually, it's probably not that faint. He's probably that dude who absolutely cranks the volume up to 11 and doesn't care if anybody is affected by it. Whatever fucking shoot 'em up, like, action documentary, whatever is playing, is suddenly overwhelmed with a lot of, like, yelps and shouts as you hear a very large man stumbling over himself, probably to, like, I would say, pull his pants back on to, like, go find somebody who he needs to talk to about whatever is happening.
Oh, the poltergeist is 100% gonna make sure that he like can't get
Oh.
out of the room very
Steal his
easily,
belt,
too.
keep tripping him,
Mhm,
throwing
mhm.
things, just like spinning the volume knob up and down to make it like
Can I-
really terrible.
Can I have a side effect just be that Alfie's luck gets better?
Sure,
Like it steals luck from one person and sends it
Yeah.
to another kind of thing?
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just because it
Yeah.
was such a high roll as well. Like
Oh,
if it was like really less, I would have been like,
oh no. With that high roll, yeah, you can also just push a little bit of like the luck of the Fae over onto
yeah.
Alfie. Abigail and Wilma, as you are making your way around to the background of the front of the building, you see or hear a lot of commotion coming from room 3. You also probably see that you guys are both pretty observant. You probably noticed that the door to room 4 is maybe cracked open a little bit.
I'm gonna nudge it open with 2 fingers and just like look inside.
Lilith is standing on the dresser, chanting into the air vent, and Dahlia is like, I don't know, sitting on the end of the bed, like, vibing in that way that means she's probably doing brain shenanigans.
Curious. What do you make of this, Abigail?
I think things have just gotten very interesting for poor Chuck, and she's gonna step into the room, grab the notepad off of the desk, and write a quick note to the other 2, so that when they come out of their respective magic workings, it'll be, we've got work to do tonight. Grab some lights and meet in our room.
Fast forward, maybe like 2 hours. It's dark out. You have a key to the gear room, so you were able to scavenge whatever gear you wanted to grab from there.
I would have told Alfie we were doing this with permission and all that jazz.
Sure.
Darling.
You knock. Yeah. You knock on the door. You let him know. He, at this point, just kind of is like, "Yeah, sure, go for that."
Do whatever you're doing, man.
You see that he already seems a lot more relaxed. His phone keeps like buzzing and lighting up on the bed, and he's just fully ignoring it. You're pretty sure it's probably Chuck in the other room trying to get help, and he's just flat ignoring this guy. He's got like TV on in the background. He looks like he's watching an opera. He's like on like the local PBS station or something.
Good for him.
Yeah, he seems a little more chilled out. But you guys gather all your gear. You gather your own gear and weaponry and whatever crazy like chemical bullshit Abigail brewed up.
She was busy.
Yeah,
Getting that onto the plane was a trick.
You're one of those people that's got like the weird like special pass. You have to get there like 2 hours early so that they can like escort you on separately.
Yeah, exactly.
No one's sure how you got it and kind of doesn't want to know at this point.
I know a guy who knows a guy who owes me a favor.
Wilma has the chainsaw all like rigged up and strapped on the quick release, much like you might with a shotgun or something, ready to go. And it comes to full dark, and there's a knock on your respective doors from Jenny.
Open the door, let her in.
You see she's got like a dark, like one of those like kind of like long hoodies on, so it almost like goes down to like her knees, but it's also just like a hooded sweatshirt with the big pockets and everything. Her hair is still pulled back. She's swapped her bandana for like a darker colored bandana now, so everything's kind of more in like navy or black tones, be a little more camouflaged going into the woods at night. And she just kind of stands in the doorway and goes, "Okay, are we taking your car or my car, or are we just walking?"
Which one's your car?
It's out back. Honda Civic.
Well, we should take a car since we're going to have to run.
We're going to have to run?
You almost made a laundress spit her drink, and that was beautiful.
I love a good callback when we remember where we actually started.
I did tell you, Lilith. Yeah.
I'll go ahead and like mentally project into your mind.
Oh yeah. No, she just was figuring that the running might have been her around the truck causing issues.
Oh, now that I'm looking at this, I see it's different. It's different from...
It is different than what I thought this was.
Amazing. Yeah, Abigail's gonna make sure that she's got her lightweight running shoes on, just in case.
No, you guys are plenty geared up. Whose car are you going to take?
Can we all fit into the Honda Civic?
One of you's gonna have to ride bitch in the back.
Fine.
I think, well, we could do that, or we could take our vehicle.
You guys have a Subaru.
A Subaru.
Subaru!
Yeah, there's more space than that. Let's take the bigger
At least
one.
then if someone has to ride, bitch, there's more room.
You pile in. I'm gonna say by default you have to give Jenny the passenger seat because she's gonna navigate for you.
That's
Yep.
fine.
Is Abigail driving since the car's under her name?
Yep. It's okay. Whenever there's a Subaru involved, I'm the one who's driving, whether it's Rowan or it's Misty or it's
Correct.
just a rule.
Cool. Jenny's in the passenger seat. Everybody else crams in the back. We're gonna say this is one of the bigger Subarus. It's got 3 rows, so you can have 2 in the captain's chairs and then 1 person in the very back. So it's like actually pretty comfy. And you make your way off into the woods. It is dark and it's a little spooky. You know, not anything crazy, but like, you know, you're going into the woods, into unfamiliar woods specifically, in the middle of the night. Jenny has like one of these big paper maps, very similar to one of the ones that Alice had, that has a bunch of like grids marked out. You can see on hers, there's all of the same kind of like grid marks and lines and latitude, longitude, like what Alice had, that seems to all be pre-printed. Hers, however, is filled with like a lot of like really tiny little like notes and letters, all written in various like colored pencil. Very, very tiny handwriting, not totally legible. Some of it even looks like she might be using like almost like dictatorial shorthand or something. There's like just like symbols and squiggles instead of anything that is actual words. Lots of little, very neat handwriting too. Tiny little arrows pointing to different things in different areas, and then areas that have been kind of shaded a little bit in different colors to indicate something. She's sitting there, she's got the like flashlight of her phone kind of pointed at it to kind of keep low light for you guys inside the car. And you guys are making your way through the woods. Very important question. Do you have the headlights on? Or are you rolling blind?
I'm running with the running lights, so not full headlights, but I do have like the low lights that are on the sides of the
Sure.
front. I think those are called running lights. I don't remember otherwise.
Sounds good to me. I am not enough
Go
of a car
car.
person to say one way or the other.
Yeah, not headlights, but not completely dark.
Cool. You're making your way. She's navigating you. She warns you about some of the spots of like, you got to go around these trees, but then we're gonna kind of circle back in to get on the track. And you can see as you're going in, like you can see existing semi tracks of like. These are areas that have kind of become vehicular cut throughs. And she points out a little bit as you guys are going in deeper and deeper, the like, you know, areas where she's like, you know, this is this is grid form A, grid form B's over there, you know, kind of indicating a little bit of like where you are. And as she's taking you in deeper and deeper, you start hitting much denser trees. Dahlia, for you, this is definitely feeling more like kind of what you saw in your flash. This is seeming a little bit more familiar. As you're making your way in, and it does look like you're starting to get to a point where you guys might have to hop out of the vehicle and go on foot. You're gonna like run out of spaces that you could squeeze the Subaru through.
Man, I don't want to go. They're gonna chase us. Unless we can stop it, because sometimes we can like avoid stuff.
And forewarned is forearmed, as they say.
Are we?
Who's got 4 arms?
Lots of stuff has 4 arms. You want to stay away from the 4-armed things. They're usually kind of mean. And way off balance, like way top heavy. Take out their legs and you'll be
no.
fine.
I mean, Ray goes to the gym a lot. He does a lot of arm day.
But is he skipping leg day? Because that's very important.
No, he does a lot of leg day too. He
Oh,
works
that's
out a
good.
lot. Surprisingly, I'm not sure how he has the time for it. Given
Buff grad
like,
student.
yeah,
Does he like eat?
I
'Cause
mean,
sometimes
he's been
he'll
living
skip
off those
stuff.
frozen lasagnas.
Oh, that is not good.
How
No.
well do you know Ray?
I mean, I know him pretty well. He's been my TA for like the last 3 semesters. And by TA, I do mean he's basically teaching the classes because it's supposed to be with Professor Coxton, but Coxton's busy trying to write his big super thesis, whatever. And so he's just got Ray teaching everything.
Is is Ray good at it?
Oh, yeah, he's great. He knows more about this stuff than anybody. Again, it's weird. I still don't know why he's in anthropology when he like so clearly should be in like astrophysics or something. But I guess if you're interested in different things, you find a way to merge it with what you're good at.
I'm gonna kind of glance in the rearview mirror and try to catch the eye of everyone else who's part of my team because I've got a weird feeling about Ray.
You'll
I mean-
hear in your mind. I need to look for something. See if I can like do something.
Just like the smallest, almost imperceptible nod.
Fine.
I'm gonna look at Dahlia and go, "Do you want help?"
Yeah. Anything
Okay.
would be awesome. And yeah, Dahlia's...
Those two are the disaster twins.
I love that like Lilith is a fairy who apparently uses like actual antennae to just expand Dahlia's range on
Yes.
telepathy or something.
Yep.
or does a Stitch thing where we're just like pokes a finger into something and opens her mouth and just like emits the rays.
Anyway, yeah, Dahlia, you wanna roll me about it?
Yes, I want to use my tune in move to attune my mind
Hell
to
yeah.
a monster or minion.
I'm going to help out.
Great.
Okay, so help does... Well, you got to roll your plus cool.
Yeah, I am not a very cool girl, but that is a 8, which means that I grant +1 to your roll, but I also expose myself to trouble or danger.
Okay.
I don't think you needed a roll for that, but okay, noted.
Well, that
I know what I have done this session.
that takes me to 11.
Love it.
So I get to hold 3. So I get 3 questions.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna say with the 10 plus, I am going to tell you that you are generally within range of a monster, 2 minions, 3 bystanders, and 4 bystanders. I can't read. There's a monster, there are 2 minions, and there are 4 bystanders. What would you like to connect with? I'm going to let you choose of those categories. If you want to choose a category that has multiples, I can do a roll off for which one you connect to.
Ooh. It feels like I should connect with a monster. So,
Okay.
yeah, I'm going to connect with a monster.
You are going to connect with the monster. You open up your mind and cast around and start honing in. It's like tuning the radio until you find this one specific frequency that you're like, ooh, this is bad vibes. That one.
Yeah.
And you focus in on it. Would you like to ask questions?
Yes. So my first question is going to be, where is this creature now?
Where's this creature right now? Due north of you, about 60 yards.
I will send that information to Abigail. Because you need to know that shit so you don't run it
Yeah,
over.
there's a little bit of a judder in her hands as she gets that information, and then I think Abigail's actually going to find a place to stop.
Yeah, I think you start to slow down, and Jenny just kind of mutters like, "Oh yeah, we're getting pretty dense. We might have to go on foot from here anyway. That's a good call." It seems to be very focused on the map or whatever. It doesn't really notice the stutter or anything.
What is it planning to do?
What is it planning to do right now? Math. You suddenly start to get a bizarre stream of consciousness that is like a lot of math calculations.
Oh, no.
But as you're kind of listening in, this is something more than just math. It feels almost like a chant or a ritual that is
Oh.
somehow translating as algebra.
Does it sound vaguely familiar to me?
It actually does sound a little bit familiar to you. You feel like you maybe heard a less organized version of this earlier today.
Okay, well, I'm going to push out into the minds of all three of my coworkers. The monster's doing math, and it's the same math that Horatio was doing. And it sounds like him.
Abigail's gonna say out loud, "Fuck, I knew it."
Really weird. Why would you do math?
Oh,
Yeah.
Somebody's doing math?
Yeah.
Does it sound like something that I would have heard before? Like the chanting, if Dahlia's pushing that into her brains?
If Dahlia wants to kind of share like a little bit of like what it sounds like, I would say that it is not something that you immediately recognize, but I would say because of your connection to just magic use in general, you recognize the rhythms of someone who is casting a spell, essentially.
Oh. That is not just algebra. That is not just fancy math.
Oh. Crap. One more question. Who does it regard as the biggest threat? Or if that's an unanswerable question, I can choose
No,
something
it's
else.
answer. I'm sorry. The pause is me trying to figure out the like flavorific way of describing how you get this information because I want everything to like feel copacetic. Who's regards the biggest threat? It. I think the sense you would get is that anything that gets too close, and you're not, it is hard to define if that feels like it is geographically close or like investigatorially close, if that makes sense. But there is some sensation of like wanting to have privacy,
Right.
wanting to keep things away. So by that vein, you could be like, ooh, we might be a threat, but also like all this fucking research project might be a threat.
Yeah. This guy wants to be alone. And she'll say that one out loud. Could we just, like, shut things down and then he'll be fine?
depends on what he's doing.
Oh,
Well,
right. And we're supposed to find
there's
the
also-
people.
Yeah, there's also people who are missing, but maybe we just talk to him.
Maybe. And
Not-
Abigail's gonna put the vehicle into park, turn off all of the lights. We're walking from here. And everyone
Right.
be real fucking quiet.
Do we want this one to go with us?
You guys pop over, you parked and whatever. The second you parked, Jenny cracks the door and slides out of the car.
Okay, looks like-
Shit.
Is she a problem?
Well, there were
Might
two
be.
problems around with the monster, so she could be one.
Okay.
Yeah, I should have mentioned that. Sorry.
Did she slip out and like try to get away from us?
She did not cross in front of the headlights, and she's wearing all black, so you just saw her slip out of the car. Unless you are also gonna get out and follow, you're gonna. She's just like in the night right now.
I
She might
would
be
like-
standing just right outside the car waiting for you guys.
Sure, I would like to use magic.
Great. What would you like to do?
I would like to try and put a like tracker on her so that I know where she is.
Great. Roll me for it.
Okay. Come on. Whoa, don't drop that.
I mean, regardless, you will be faster of her under any circumstances.
Sure. That is a 12.
Jeez.
Jesus Christ. Yep. Well, yeah. You land a Fey GPS ping on her. Yeah, she is moving away from you guys.
Okay.
Not super fast. So you're guessing she is probably going for stealth over speed.
Sure. I am going to let everybody know. And I am going to like try and sort of fly a little bit.
Yeah.
So that I am also stealthy. But I'm gonna hang like almost like a glow stick off my back so that they could see me.
Slap that bike light on.
Yeah, and it's not like a super bright thing, but if you were looking for it kind of thing,
Sure.
you would see. I feel like we've done this before.
You just are a big firefly.
You know,
It's-
if it works.
It's the reflectors that they put on children at Halloween who are only wearing black.
Abigail's not allowed to put bells on her anymore.
No!
That happened like once
It
around
ruins
Christmas.
the stealth. But yeah, the glow stick you can write off as something else.
Yep. Abigail has opened the back of the Subaru and is gearing herself up.
Right. Yeah, Abigail and probably Wilma are like geared up, ready to go. You guys are able to do this very quickly. You were extremely prepared, and you had plenty of time.
Yeah, sling the
grab it,
bandolier
so-
on, clip it into place.
Yeah, you pop this stuff on. Lilith, you have taken off at flight so that you have a little bit of, just the quiet flitter of wings that could be anything instead of footsteps crunching as you are following this sort of like tracking ping to see if you can relocate Jenny. Dahlia, doing anything special or just kind of keeping that line to the monster open?
She's gonna sort of try and keep concentrating on him, and she's already got her gun on her waist, and she does have a big knife, and that is
Yes.
strapped to her calf
Cool.
with like
you
way
also-
more straps than it actually needs.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You got to make it aesthetic.
Oh yeah.
You guys start trucking your way in through the trees. I assume you were going for stealth over speed for the most part. But you know also that this ping that Dolly got was pretty damn close.
Yeah, it was like 60 yards away.
60 yards north of you.
Yeah.
You start making your way along here. Lilith, you are the first one to approach. You're a little bit faster than everyone. I mean, you're technically a lot faster than everyone else. I just don't think you're using your full speed. But you pop out into an area that is like, it's not like fully a clearing, but there's a little bit of break in the trees. And you see this kind of like pile of rock formation. And because there's a little bit of tree break, you're getting a little bit more moonlight. And your ping off of Jenny is that she should be right here, but you do not see anyone right here.
I'm gonna look into the trees, like above me, kind of thing.
Round? Nothing.
Hmm.
You're pretty sure there's some like bats flying around?
Sure.
Because
Does
we're
it-
in that kind of the part of the world.
Does the rock formations look like they would be like Fey related kind of things, like Mushroom Circle or like things, anything like that?
Not particularly.
Okay.
There's some big, it's like a handful of like these big kind of like boulders and things that are all sort of like grouped up here.
I am gonna just like, I'm not gonna step on the ground, but I want to go into the clearing a little bit more, seeing if it's like an illusion thing.
Sure. You start to pop in, you pop into the clearing a little bit, you stay off the ground so you can hover around, you can hear that the rest of your team is quietly approaching behind you, using you as their marker with your little glow stick butt. And you kind of take a look around. These rocks themselves, these boulders, seem to just be normal boulders. They do not seem to be anything Fey. but as you sort of move around, you do get that shift where you switch your angle and suddenly you can see that there is a crevice. It only seems to be visible at one angle. Anywhere else, it kind of just disappears into the rock formation. And that looks like it's probably big enough for a person to crawl through.
I will start going that way as I realize they are closer to me, like my team is closer.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to shift and like point and then go in a little bit and just look around.
Yeah, you pop in, you look around, and you can see just like off in the distance, there is sort of a faint glow. It's just enough for you to kind of see the edge of a tunnel going down. This looks like natural rock formations.
Cool. I will wait for the team to follow before I keep going. Because I don't want to get too far away where I'm alone and in danger.
Fair.
I'm chaotic. I am not stupid.
Correct. Yeah, you are able to kind of like wave everybody in, and you are all able to slide through this kind of crevice where the rocks have shifted, and find yourselves inside this tunnel that is headed kind of downward.
Do I still get the same ping as I'm going in on Jenny?
Yeah.
Okay.
You feel like she's moving ahead of you.
Okay.
You're guessing that the reason why you got that ping where you didn't see her was that she had just slid through and you were essentially above her.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna keep going. I may pick up my speed just a little bit, but not enough that I would leave everybody in the dust.
Yeah. Currently, this is just one straight trajectory tunnel. You're not seeing a lot of like branches off or anything, so you guys can just move down it pretty smoothly. It's there's a little bit of like crouching involved, but it's not like you're having to army crawl through like super tight anything. Like it's pretty accessible. It looks like the trickiest thing was just finding the gap in those rocks in the first place. As you guys approach, you see this little bit of light. You approach up onto an area, and it opens up into a slightly larger sort of cavern situation. And inside this cavern, there are a bunch of lit candles arranged in a circle, which seems to be what the lighting effect is coming from. You see somebody straight up in like a Spirit Halloween cloak with like the hood pulled over and whatever, just like the most like it might be a Jedi costume cloak even, like, but it's just like something that like robe fully covers everything, who is like kneeling in the middle of this like candle circle with a big ass like handwritten looking book spread out in front of them. You see like that little bit like the hands that are kind of going over the book, and you hear this like you can all now hear the under the breath like kind of chanting of someone who is attempting some sort of spell or ritual or something like that. And you also see standing just outside of the perimeter of this circle is Jenny, who is now she has now like pushed her hood back a little bit. But she is standing there and kind of is doing that like shifting her weight like she's waiting for a break in the chanting to maybe like interject or something. She seems very agitated.
I want to do something really stupid.
Go for it. We love stupid.
I want to, because I can move faster than normal people.
Yeah, you can.
I want to fly into the circle and grab the book and fly out and up away.
Yeah, okay. That's fine.
Like this might be an act under pressure. Or kick some ass. I don't know.
I would say this is act under pressure.
Okay.
Can I help with this?
Sure.
And I would like to help by, as she's doing that, the figure in the middle just hears Dahlia's voice. Hi. Can we bother you for a minute?
You, because you have kept this connection open, I will say you can tell that this figure in the middle is the thing that you have already kind of connected to, so it's very easy for you to do this.
And
Let's
so-
let's all roll for some things to see who gets the drop on who and what. I will roll for Jenny and for the center figure to see if they get to do anything cool. Probably not, because my rolls are garbage, but you never know.
So that help with my cool is going to be 11. So you get a
Great.
+1, and I don't get any exposure
Perfect.
to damage or danger
Yeah.
any more than
I got an 11 plus 1 for my speed, so 13 altogether, I think.
Sick.
I got 9.
What are you doing with it?
Well, I'm not opposed to running, so I'll take someone down. I don't know.
Do you want to kick some ass? Do you want to
I
protect
guess.
someone? Do you want to act under pressure and perform a non-ass kicking action?
I mean, are they being like aggressive or offensive?
Currently you have a dude in a robe, a humanoid in a robe who is kneeling over a giant book and chanting algebraic formulas, and you have a really anxious looking grad student who is trying to interject between their chanting. So
Yeah, I think she'd go for the nerd that's kneeling, and she'd be like, "This is what a mathlete looks like," and she would just try to like suplex him or something. I don't
right.
really, you know.
No,
don't
I love
know.
this. Yeah, I love this. You got a 9, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what's gonna happen is this is all gonna happen a little bit simultaneously because you
Okay.
guys did manage to get the drop on them because fucking Jenny rolled absolutely garbage to notice that you guys were already here. Unfortunately for her. So what happens is just kind of all at once, Dahlia, you're like, hey, we need to interrupt you for a minute, as at the same time, maybe a little bit delayed because Lilith's a little bit faster. Lilith just like zooms in and like snaps this book shut and like grabs it and flies out of the circle, and Wilma, just a couple of beats behind Lilith, just runs and like tackles this dude. Just for my own fun. You knock over 6 of the candles in the process of this like weird tumble of like everybody. Jenny just sort of like jumps backwards, is caught off guard, is just like, oh shit, and like kind of steps back to try to get out of the way of everybody like swarming into the center of the circle. Abigail and Dahlia, you guys are essentially in the doorway, so you've got at least one exit point covered. Wilma, you pull back the hood on this nerd, and you do in fact recognize Horatio, the other grad student. Now that you're like sitting on top of him, he's actually pretty built. Like, this is a pretty ripped nerd. But he is also incredibly caught off guard. So he's taking a moment to recover, since you did full tackle him to the stone floor of a cave.
Yeah. No, he's no.
Um,
Not. She's somewhat apologetic, but also not sincere, and so she's like, "Oh, sorry, I tripped and fell." I don't know. Yeah. And she's going to make sure like the book is shut and all of that, and
Oh, the book's gone.
Yeah,
make sure
Lilith-
that's like out.
Yeah, Lilith has this book. It is a big leather-bound tome that looks like it was hand-bound and handwritten.
Is it familiar at all?
No.
Okay.
I mean, you're pretty sure it's like a grimoire of some sort, but it's not like anything that you specifically recognize.
Okay.
And it is at this point that Abigail cocks her shotgun with that sound that rings through the cave. And it's like, all right, why don't we all have a chat about what the fuck's going on here?
Jenny puts her hands up at the sound of the shotgun and kind of looks around. It's just like, I did, okay. Please don't shoot us. We weren't trying to do anything. We were just trying to get everybody out of here.
Everyone?
Yeah, like to leave the place the fuck alone. There's a
Uh-oh.
reason why you don't see cryptids. It's because they don't want to be seen.
That's true.
Fair.
And then you come tromping in with all of your gear and your money, and you just start ruining everything. You see Horatio has kind of recovered a little bit at this point. I'm assuming that you're still like sitting on top of him, essentially, Wilma. But he also, again, heard the shotgun, so he's like slowly putting his hands where they are visible, not really trying to make any strong moves. And he's just like, it wasn't like nobody got hurt yet.
Really?
No,
Where are they?
Where are the 5 people?
They're further down in the caves. They've got blankets, they've got food. They can't find their way out because nobody can figure out, because nobody's mapped the caves except me. And I needed them to not find more things until I was done. And so I just, they're just down there. We were gonna bring them out as soon as we got Chuck and the professor out of here.
I wouldn't worry
yeah.
about Chuck anymore.
Yeah, he's not going to be a problem.
He's kind of
How is
plagued
he not
by
going to be a problem? That fucking asshole literally chases down cryptids all over the country to just try to get them on
not
camera.
anymore.
He is currently dealing with a very pissed off poltergeist because he made an enemy out of me, and I'm fluttering in the air.
Yeah, I think he suddenly clocks this, and he suddenly like head tilts, and he's like, "Wait, how did you Did you summon a poltergeist? How?"
Yes. I'm very talented.
She's pretty awesome.
Clearly.
I
Okay,
can
but
help
is
you
that-
get rid of all of this.
But is that like standardized magic, or is that some sort of special
No.
like innate ability?
That's what we would like to call crazy.
So, I'm sorry, you do chaos magic?
Basically, yeah.
She
She is
chaos.
chaos magic.
You can absolutely see the gears are spinning in his brain. He is hyper focused now on the flying pink-haired fairy as he is processing this information. Abigail, you notice like Jenny is kind of doing that thing of like she's like not making any strong moves, but kind of seems to be assessing like, can I leave? Like, is there a way for me to leave?
I'm just gonna make direct eye contact with her and just tap my finger along the side of the barrel. Not overtly pointing it at anyone
No,
just
but
yet, but it is clearly at the ready.
Make sure that you have reminded her that it is cocked.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys want to do from here? You pretty much have the upper hand on these guys,
Well,
so.
Dahlia's
if
sitting.
you- Oh, go ahead.
Dahlia's sitting back and just sort of watching things. She's like interjecting a little bit, but not really interacting with the two of them. And she's gonna reach out to Abigail, just because that mind is easiest for her to connect to. So I felt like 2 minions, and I'm only seeing 1. So I don't know who else is involved. But also, I do like all the mind stuff. So you can, if you want to offer that we can like get rid of memories for the people in the caves and just like make them think they were just lost, I could do that.
Abigail's gonna think about that for a second and then ask, I don't like disturbing cryptids unless it's absolutely necessary, and if this one is not causing any trouble around here, I'd just assume this research team, especially the professor, fucks all the way off. Is there any way you can make that happen?
Oh yeah.
All right. And Abigail will say out loud, "Look, I think you've twigged to the fact by now that we're a little bit more than your average interested amateurs.
We caught that.
We don't like bothering cryptids or their territory if we don't have to, unless they're causing actual trouble. And this one, if it didn't come after the people, doesn't sound like it's causing any trouble. We can make it so that the people down below forget all about what happened and possibly drive off the professor and Chucklefuck out there without having to cause harm to people.
That would be great. We would love that. He kind of looks over, makes eye contact with Jenny, and he just kind of nods in agreement.
Who else is here working with you?
It's just
I'm just gonna raise eyebrows at them.
Alfie's helping.
My best friend Alfie.
He was keeping a lookout for us and causing problems so that if we needed to try to, move things around so that, things like, hiding footprints and moving evidence to other grid patterns, he would kind of delay the professor and and Chuck. General word of warning, don't piss off the guy who maintains your car.
No,
I never really thought about it, but
Yeah.
that makes a lot of sense, right?
Well,
Look,
now his. Oh, go ahead.
There's a few people that you don't piss off. People who handle your food, the people who handle your clothes, and the people who handle your car.
And also the Fae.
Well, that's just a general good life skill.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Also, your hairstylist.
Oh,
Yeah.
Are you all? Do you know the Fae? Are you from Fairy?
Do I look?
she just gestures to herself like.
No, he's genuine looking. Wilma is still on top of him. He's just on the ground, staring. Just no, but I didn't want to make any assumptions. There are a lot of winged creatures throughout all of folkloric history, and I didn't want to accidentally make the wrong assumption. And thank you. I have so many questions.
Sure, let's take care of the professor in a non-harmful way. I won't give him a poltergeist, but maybe we make sure that his funds just dry up for this thing.
Oh,
That's what I was thinking.
I can probably make him forget that this is a place that was interesting.
Well,
He's still gonna have the money, and if he gets more if he sees the research,
So we'd work together.
yes, as we
Excellent.
always do.
Well, I realize I'm not really in a position to make any requests. There are some very specific things that if he could forget about, it would really fast track me getting
Okay.
my dissertation, because I'm pretty sure he's stealing my pages.
Done.
Do you
I-
want him?
Very disrespectful.
Dahlia
Do you
is
want-
diving into his mind.
Oh, already? Shit.
Tell no to Horatio.
Oh,
to this fellow.
yeah, you die. Yeah, you
Tell me everything.
you just start getting the flip book of memories of him finding papers that the professor has published, and then pulling up his own files of the last chapter of his dissertation that he sent, and comparing them and realizing that this is the equivalent of his professor running his research through ChatGPT to rewrite it and then submitting it. You also see, I think he at this point is kind of aware that somebody's in his brain, and he just kind of is this is happening. This might as well happen. They figured me out. You also then see an entire montage of him and Jenny in the folklore and anthropology libraries going through just pages and pages. It starts with him alone, and then eventually Jenny starts to also appear in these kind of memories of him going through pages and pages of ancient magic and folklore rituals, and then specifically isolating ones that are indigenous to specific areas, and things like that. He starts giving her notes on these things. You see that he is using his tutoring hours. It's just them reading just insane amounts of this, and then you see the montage of him translating trying to translate these rituals into math. Literally he starts basically trying to make magic out of math equations.
I knew math was way more than just fucking numbers.
You kind of hear this whisper of him being you could do so much with math you don't even realize.
Ew.
Does he need also a poltergeist?
Who are
Can
you
I
setting a poltergeist after?
can,
The professor.
can I tell what Horatio is?
within the mechanics of Monster of the Week, Horatio is a sorcerer.
Okay.
Ah. Or I give him treat from Faye.
Yeah,
Abigail
Abigail
makes
guys
exactly that face. You guys, I'm going to kind of wind us up here and say, Dahlia, you spend some time digging around in Horatio's brain. Every so often he sort of responds to you being in there a little bit, or like almost like tries to like point you to a different memory with greater or less effect, just depending. But you are able to pick through, and you are kind of able to piece together that Horatio, like what Jenny was saying about him was very true, that like he should have been an astrophysicist. He finds patterns in everything. He's one of like those weirdos, and that kind of accidentally stumbled him into being weirdly good at magic in a way that he didn't expect, but also being weirdly good at finding creatures that don't want to be found because he's able to spot the patterns. And so I think you do probably at some point see a very brief flash of him seeing something that may or may not be a Sasquatch in the woods that you guys were just going through. He saw something. And you, between you digging around his brain and probably very awkwardly having to ask a sullen Jenny questions as you guys make your way out of these tunnels and eventually get everybody out of here, she will fill in some of the gaps as well. And basically, they've actually found evidence of something and decided that between the professor's desire to just so badly prove that he was right and Chuck's desperate need for attention, that this was just whatever this creature is has been hidden this long and clearly needed to stay as such. And so they may or may not have turned to some slightly nefarious magical practices to try to keep that from becoming a problem. You're able to recover the missing folks. They are just like concernedly but comfortably lost in these caves. Basically is what's happened. They've got food, they've got water, they've got blankets. They're not, even without you messing in their brains, they're not totally sure what happened. They remember that they found some interesting stuff that seemed in line with what they had been asked to record and return, and then somehow they all ended up in these caves. They think they maybe came in here to like look for more evidence, and then they just couldn't find their way out. So you think there may have already been some brain shenanigans that happened a little bit, but nobody is hurt. Everyone's very grateful to be returned to the surface world. You also find in one of these chambers, because like inevitably Jenny and Horatio have to like lead you guys through the caves to go find everybody and round them up. You find a bunch of these chambers, there are like cave paintings that definitely date back, that depict very tall, very furry humanoids doing different things, like performing activities. Like you see a family, you see these figures sitting around a campfire in all these kind of like rudimentary sort of like cave drawing styles. So like there might be some actual evidence of some sort of cryptid or something that lives under here.
Abigail will actually take a moment to like turn off the flashlights and then like hold up the Zippo to see the paintings by firelight. And watch them do that moving thing that I read about.
Yeah, you get that little sense almost of like movement or life in the paintings. It's very cool. It's very special. It's a little bit concerning, because you guys may have just actually found evidence of Sasquatch. In Texas of all places.
I don't think that surprises any of us, is the thing.
Yeah.
It's just like, okay.
To be fair, I think the surprising part is that you're in Texas. I think Abigail probably knows a Sasquatch up in Oregon.
Oh yeah, he comes by periodically for coffee.
Yeah, you trade goods when the winter's particularly bad. Leave the shed unlocked for him if it's raining hard.
Exactly.
But you're able to. Yes.
Well, on the way out, before we like get into the vehicle, I will like turn to Horatio and Jetty and be like, Y'all have good intentions. Maybe not the smartest way about going about things. If you need help with something like this in the future, I'll pull out a card and scribble a number on the back. This is how you can get a hold of me. And if you need help from us,
They will take the card, kind of again, like a lot of like looking at each other, kind of giving you the nods. Horatio is definitely keeping a strong eye on both Lilith and Dahlia. Dahlia's been rooting around his head. Lilith is a fairy of some sort. He's like deeply fascinated, but also like clearly has enough experience with his, anthropological studies to maybe not ask too many questions that aren't freely offered, because that could get dangerous. He and Jenny both give Wilma a little bit of the guide. Like once you all kind of emerge back out into some of the moonlight, and you've got more flashlights on because there's no need to be stealthy. They spot the chainsaw and are like, "Oh Jesus, okay." The chainsaw, the shot. They just spot all the like everybody's like armory, and they're like, "Oh, okay, this could have gone bad." But over the next 12 hours or so, throughout the night and into the morning, you're able to kind of get everybody out, make some excuses. Chuck is being absolutely wrecked by this poltergeist that keeps, like, every time he tries to leave the room to, like, go get help or try to explain something, one of two things happens. Either, for some reason, he can't get out of the room because the poltergeist, like, locks the door on him and locks him in, or he does manage to get out and then nothing happens. So everyone's just like, I don't know what you're talking about, dude. He gets out, he goes, gets the front desk manager, comes back, the room is pristine. Everything's like, no, I swear something was throwing stuff around. Nothing's out of place.
Any time that Dahlia's close enough, she'll just be in his head. Chuck.
He starts to lose it a little bit, constantly screaming at Alfie. Alfie just like very casually, just like grinning and smiling, like, "Yep, Triple A's on its way, sir. I will let you know when they arrive for the truck." Whatever, just like seems a little happier. Seems to be doing a little bit of whistling. It sounds like you guys are gonna cut off the professor's funding as like a primary point of getting him out of here. Yeah. By the time you guys get back to the motel with all of your folks in the morning, the professor is railing at Alice about a series of emails that he got, in which not only was his funding pulled, but somebody has launched an investigation of plagiarism against him. And he has been immediately recalled to the university. We're just going to kind of roll this up and say you guys did a lot of work over the course of the evening. Alice is just kind of like big eyes, like nodding, just kind of letting him vent, because it's not really directed at her. She's just there. She's the only other person in the motel. And Alfie seems to be very cheerily taking anything in his car that has the Tracks and Trails Investigations logo and throwing it into the dumpster out back.
I love this young man.
As you guys roll up, he sort of like just casually waves and goes on his way whistling. Definitely seems like he's in a better mood. You're not totally sure what happened, but seems okay with it. And I think with that, with the mysterious cryptid able to remain mysterious and the missing volunteers relocated and returned to their homes, it's not necessarily the weirdest job you've ever done, but it was something different for the books, and you're able to pack up any gear and any snacks from the continental breakfast at the motel that you might want, and make your way back to the airport to head home and enjoy another job well done, at least quickly done.
I think Lilith has been asleep since I got back into the car because she has used a lot of magic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You spent a lot of magic, you just pass immediately out.
Yeah.
Made her up a comfy bed in the back bench.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, this was absolutely fantastic, as always. Thank
Amazing.
you so much, Alondra. This was great.
Yes.
It was something. It was weird.
It was great.
There were a lot of potential routes for you guys to take to deal with this, depending on like who you might or might not antagonize. And apparently, I've created the new most hated NPC on this channel. You're welcome.
Yes.
Yeah. Fuck Chuck.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let's wrap up by just telling everyone where they can find us. And Alondra, I know you've just been talking a whole lot, but let's let you start it off and wrap it up so you can be done.
Yeah, we'll do the reverse order. I am Alondra, aka Lady Bedivere. You can find me at Lady Bedivere on most socials. I can most regularly be spotted here on Majestic Goose for Meme of the Month, or over on Quests and Chaos. Very soon we will be coming back with Keys from the Golden Vault, which is the D&D show that I DM, which we'll be wrapping up this summer. Sometimes you can also find me on Miskatonic Playhouse. I'm now learning Call of Cthulhu, which I know slightly better than Monster of the Week, which isn't saying much. But yeah, always, I'm also in a lot of Discord servers, so if you ever want to talk about game mechanics, indie games, or how to put cryptids into literally every system, hit me up.
All right. Well, I am Tiana Wren, most commonly known as Vanna Loswin. I am in a lot of places. I hang out here periodically for Meme of the Month. We're wrapping up Crits and Knits, Campaign 1. I'm on my channel, twitch.tv/Vanna Loswin, where we just started a cyberpunk game with Alondra and with DB as players. I'm currently hosting and playing in a D&D game, and we're wrapping up a Vampire the Masquerade game. There's a lot going on over there. I also occasionally play video games by myself, although this is rapidly becoming more of a TTRPG network, and I didn't exactly anticipate that, but I'm not mad. I'm also commonly found over on Quests and Chaos, where I play Call of Cthulhu, and periodically show up in Keys from the Golden Vault, and also DM every once in a while when I can persuade people to come sit at my table. Yeah, that's me. Oh, I also, God, I almost forgot my baby. I edit, produce, and then play in the Redacted Reports, which is a Delta Green podcast, which was the other option for the system for what we were going to play tonight. And
y'all wanted to do weird magic, so
weird
we did
magic.
Monster of the Week.
And I'm also co-host and editor on Inspiration Point, where we talk about DMing and playing, and we're working on building a new D&D system because we're not happy with D&D 2024. So come check that out if you want to help us break D&D and build it anew.
Rebecca.
I am everywhere on the internet as Bomb Clancy, just posting random stuff. Unless you're on TikTok, you can find me posting D&D stuff under Mimic for Hire, or VTF stuff, where I'm primarily posting things under Sire for Hire. Or you can find me on YouTube, about 3 years worth of campaigns for 2 different chronicles, going into a third one. So we did a Fall of London game that has completed. We're currently almost completed with a Dusttown Chronicle, where I have a Ventru. I keep playing these fun characters. And other than that, I've also been involved with St. Pete by Night, which you can also find on YouTube. And while the campaign that I just did isn't on there, I'm going to be posting some stuff in the future on lore, and a Carmelita Nelson library-esque type of chronicle. And so it'll be more interviewee, but it'll be fun. And that's where you can find me, between Sanguine Wizard and St. Pete by Night on YouTube. And so you can find me.
I am Deebles. You can find me everywhere in some form of written Deebles, all over the internet. I do stream on my own channel. I do mostly video games. It's mostly Dead by Daylight. So if you're interested in watching me run around screaming away from killers, come join me. You can also find me here on That's Pretty Crafty, Crits and Knits, whatever thing that Danny invites me to, I show up. I also am over on Ren's channel quite a bit now, with the Cyberpunk. And I am also the one who reports all of the bots when I can catch them, and make sure that Twitch is a better place.
And that is very much appreciated. I am Danny. You can find me hanging out here on the Majestic Goose Network doing Crits and Knits, and That's Pretty Crafty, and Meme of the Month. I also play on Eclipse, which is a D&D in Space podcast. You can find me over on the Ink and Lyre Network. We're currently on summer break because we are playing Kids on Brooms game, where we're college students, and they're on summer break too. But we will be back on Sunday nights. And you can also find me on Storybook Endings. It's a podcast using the Spell the RPG system, which is an interesting one that I had not expected to ever learn. Speaking of things that we do, Meme of the Month will be back next month. It looks like we are scheduled actually for 2 memes next month because it's one of those where we have extra Saturdays. So the first one will be on May 3rd, and then we will have another on May 31st. So we hope to see you there. I think that is everything. This has been a fantastic night, as always. Thank you all for playing. Thank you, Alondra, for running us through this. And
Thank you, Alondra.
we are
Thanks for staying later than
Yes.
usual.
we are actually going to raid Cage, who is another friend of the Majestic Goose Network, who is doing a charity stream right now. So please stick
Hell
around
yeah.
for that. And I think that is everything. Yeah, I think that's everything. So
Bye.
good night, friends.